Sonny had a nightmare again. Waking up in a cold sweat, he couldn't remember what he had dreamt about, but was momentarily paralyzed by an overwhelming feeling of a dark, dreadful, devouring obsession. His mental state must have suffered a greater blow than he thought, for him to keep suffering from repeated nightmares. Well, that was not an unreasonable result, considering what had happened during the Battle of the Black Skull and after. I should summon Nightmare and let him guard my sleep. He can subjugate a few of these dreams, too. As soon as Sonny thought that, he felt that something was wrong. What? In the next moment, the raft beneath him lurched, and then the calming murmur of the flowing water suddenly turned into a deafening roar. Sonny was thrown off the cool wooden surface and tossed into the depths. Feeling water surge into his mouth and nose, he cursed, swiftly sensed the surrounding space, and tried to find the familiar piece of flotsam. It was his only refuge in the mist, after all. The raft was a few meters above him. Struggling against the current, Sonny swam upward. There was something strange, though. The previously dark expanse of water around him was now suffused with light, and the higher he reached, the brighter it became. Finally, Sonny reached the surface and shut his eyes tightly, blinded by sunlight. The ever-present mist was gone. Pushing his body against the current, Sonny swam toward his reliable raft, climbed onto the slick wood, and coughed out a mouthful of water. Then he brushed his wet hair back and tentatively opened his eyes. After days spent in the twilight of the ghostly mist, it took them a few seconds to adjust to the brightness of the day. Slowly, a breathtaking vista revealed itself from white radiance. Sonny gasped slightly. In front of him, as far as the eye could see, was a vast expanse of clear, sparkling water. Gentle sunlight reflected from its surface, making the whole world seem as if it was littered with gemstones. High above, in the great firmament of the blue sky, 7 suns were shining with beautiful light. One sun was rising from the waters far away to his right, painting the sky and the flowing water with 1,000 shades of soft lilac. The colors of dawn slowly brightened as they gradually turned into a vast expanse of vibrant blue right above Sonny. Far to his left, another sun was drowning in the blood-red water, turning the world into a conflagration of fiery crimson light. The eastern horizon was at dawn, and the western horizon was at dusk. However, it was the middle of the day where Sonny was. He stared at the incredible sight for a while, awed, then shifted slightly and looked back. Behind the raft, the world was exactly the same. There was nothing but water. No sign of the mist remained, as if it had never existed at all. Sonny sighed, then turned north again, or at least in the direction he chose to call north, considering that the only rising of the 7 suns was to his right. It was also the direction of the current that continued to carry his raft forward. He spent some time taking in the strange, wondrous landscape of the nightmare world. It reminds me of something. Sonny lingered for a few moments, wondering. Then he took a deep breath. The 7 radiant suns, the vast expanse of clear water, reminded him of a soul sea. His own would have been similar if he had radiant soul cores instead of the lightless shadow cores. Of course, he only had 5 of those, and the dark waters of his soul were still and unmoving. His soul sea was also infinitely smaller. There were other differences too. Still, the world in front of him seemed too eerily beautiful to be a mundane place, which posed a question. Where the hell am I? There was no desert in sight. There was no black pyramid either. All Sonny could see was the bright water and the 7 strange suns. It was a known fact that the sky, including the celestial bodies populating it, was not uniform across the different regions of the dream realm. Still, he was pretty sure that he had never been anywhere near a place like that. and there was definitely nothing like that within the Nightmare Desert. Sonny could reluctantly imagine that the spell had sent him into a past so distant that the desert was still the bottom of a sea. However, even that would not explain the strangeness of the vibrant sky above him.
Just what kind of sea did we enter?
There was the sound of splashing, and the Sin of Solace calmly walked across the surface of the water to stand atop the wooden raft again. He was perfectly dry and unbothered by the sudden change of scenery. There was a slight smile on his porcelain face.
Quite a sight, isn't it?
Sonny nodded silently, then suddenly looked intently at the spot where the apparition was standing. The pale wood was dark and wet with water. When the mist had mysteriously disappeared, the raft must have overturned, revealing its bottom side. And that underside was riddled with chaotic, manic lines. They were runes, thousands of them, all blending into one demented tapestry. But not only runes. Sonny recognized some of the crudely carved symbols, but others were entirely unfamiliar to him. With a shudder, he noticed that there were even the familiar letters of the human language. Translated by the spell, all the symbols were repeating the same words.
Wish, wish, wish. Be careful of wish, wish. Be careful of what you wish for. Wish for, wish for, wish for. Wish, wish. Be careful of what you wish for. Be careful. Be careful of what you wish for.
Sonny froze. The words continued, spilling over the ancient wood as they broke and crisscrossed each other. Just like the single rune on the other side of the raft, it looked like they had been scratched into the incredibly durable wood by someone's nails. The lines were rough and frantic, but deep and forceful. Sonny scowled, feeling an uncontrollable desire to move away from the deranged weave of runes. He felt a sense of dire madness radiating from them, and was irrationally wary of being infected by it. However, there was nowhere to move. The whole raft was covered by the mad litany of twisted symbols. The part of it that he could see, the part where the Sin of Solace was standing calmly, and even the part where he was kneeling, were all riddled with them. Suddenly tense, Sonny looked away and glanced at the beautiful expanse of sparkling water once again. Somehow it didn't seem as dreamy anymore.
Be careful of what you wish for.
Sonny considered these words, despite feeling that thinking about them too hard was perhaps not too wise. The aura of madness radiating from the carvings was just too intense to ignore. The sight of the thousands of runes carved into the underside of his makeshift raft was more than a little bit ominous. However, he was not very concerned about how urgent and demented they looked. What really made him wary were the symbols themselves. There were familiar runes and unfamiliar symbols too. Although Sonny had extensively studied the various known languages of the Dream Realm, he could easily admit that there might have been writing systems that he had never seen, even if it was a little strange that they were not only completely unknown to him, but also bore no passing resemblance to any of the ones he had brushed against before. However, how could there be letters of human language here? That was what really disturbed him.
Has someone from the evacuation army entered this nightmare already?
But no, that made no sense. The chances of an awakened from his world entering the same nightmare, finding the exact same piece of flotsam, and carving words from a dozen different languages, some of which even a researcher like Sonny had never stumbled upon, let alone mastered, into the wood before disappearing without a trace, were infinitely small. Not to mention that the markings did not seem fresh. They seemed like they had been made a long, long time ago. So what the hell was the meaning of this? In fact, what the hell was the meaning of this entire nightmare? There had been no vision of reverse time when Sonny entered it. There were apparently millions of challengers who had entered it before him. There was no desert, no pyramid. Instead, there were the 7 suns and a seemingly boundless expanse of water that sparkled under their light. None of it made any sense at all. Even his shadows looked perplexed. With a quiet groan, Sunny rubbed his temples and glanced at the Sin of Solace. "What do you think about all this?" The pale apparition looked at him with a smile. "I am a part of you, so you should already be aware. No?" Recognizing his own words, Sunny sighed and turned away. "Bastard." The Sin of Solace laughed. Sunny remained motionless for a while, trying not to look at the runes. Then he studied the 7 suns for some time. "There's a lot of weirdness going on, and there's a lot of things that I don't know. So let's think about what I do know." He was floating on a piece of wood in the middle of a vast body of water. However, that body itself was strange. It was seemingly as large as an ocean, with no land in sight, but composed of clear, fresh water. All that water also seemed to be moving, flowing in a certain direction. Fresh water and a uniform current, if Sunny disregarded the unimaginable scope, then wouldn't that make this place a river? A river that was greater than the vastest of seas, but still a river. So, did he know of any rivers like that? Sunny shifted slightly. "In fact, I do know about a river that was described as great." A river that existed outside of time and flowed endlessly from the future into the past. The Great River. It was mentioned in the description of the stifled scream. There was also a hint of a dreadful secret being hidden in its estuary. Coincidentally, or maybe not, an estuary of some sort was also mentioned in the description of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk. According to it, the Sibyls had reached the tomb of Ariel and embraced the estuary after the voices of the gods grew silent. That was how they had fallen. If the estuary that the Sibyls had embraced was the estuary of the Great River, where a dreadful secret was hidden, then the Great River and the tomb of Ariel were obviously connected. But how? Why would the spell send Sunny into the waters of the Great River after touching one of the building blocks of the Black Pyramid? And if this was indeed the Great River, then was he actually floating into the past right now? Sunny remained motionless for a while, staring at the sparkling water and the 7 radiant suns. My head hurts. He was pretty certain that he was right, and this was indeed the great river that existed outside of time. That would explain why the vision of Ariel's tomb had been interrupted, and why he had not seen the usual reversal of time at the start of the nightmare. Probably. However, he still had no idea what being on the Great River meant, and what the nightmare had to do with it. An uncomfortable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. I won't leave the nightmare in the past if I take too long to conquer it, right? It would be really awkward if the current of the Great River took him so far into the past that he appeared in the prehistoric time of the waking world, where there were no nightmare creatures, but plenty of dinosaurs instead. Then again, this river was supposed to exist outside of time, so it was just as likely that, should he survive the nightmare, he would return to the waking world at the exact same moment that he had left it. Come to think of it, if this nightmare had a strange relationship with the flow of time, then it could possibly explain how 13 million challengers, way more than there were awakened in the waking world, had ended up inside of it. Maybe they had entered, and would enter the nightmare at various points in time before Sunny was alive, during his lifetime, and long after he was dead. That was a very confusing and incredibly troublesome thought, though, because it meant that in all that time, none of them had managed to conquer the nightmare. Sunny shivered. I'm just guessing, though. I might be completely wrong about the whole thing.
In fact, it's most likely that I am.
He still needed more information. Although Sonny had a very good memory and could easily remember the descriptions mentioning the Great River, he still decided to summon the runes and take another look at them. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him.
Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Ascended. Class, Tyrant. Shadow Cores, 5 out of 7. Shadow Fragments, 1,236 out of 5,000. Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard.
He searched the runes of the stifled scream, but then froze. A strange expression appeared on Sonny's face.
What?
At the end of the long list of his memories, there was a string of runes that had not been there before. In the past, receiving a new memory had always been an important and memorable event for Sonny. After all, with his advantage in deciphering the secrets of their enchantments, memories were one of his most powerful tools. Sonny relied on his soul arsenal a lot. However, as time had gone by, the importance of the memories lessened to a large extent. Of course, he was still reliant on them, but these days most of the rewards he received from the spell were either too weak for his level of power or inferior to something he already possessed. With rare exceptions, their worth lay mainly in expanding his repertoire of weaving and serving as fuel for the evolution of his shadows. So getting a new memory was not as memorable an event as it had been before. Still, not to the extent that Sonny could forget receiving one.
What the hell?
He seemed to be saying this phrase a lot recently. Sonny was befuddled, but he couldn't deny what he saw. There was indeed a new string of runes at the end of the list of his memories, one that he neither recognized nor had ever seen before. He scowled, then threw a suspicious glance at the Sin of Solace. After hesitating for a while, Sonny chose not to say anything and turned his attention back to the runes. Not only had the new memory appeared out of nowhere, but its name also made him feel a deep sense of unease. The runes read,
Memory, Key of the Estuary.
Sonny stared at it for a minute or two, disturbed. He had just been thinking about the Tomb of Ariel, the Great River, and its estuary. And now, this. What did the name of the memory mean? Where did it come from? And more importantly, when did it appear? He had not killed anything or anyone after entering the nightmare. His shadows were within his soul sea. They couldn't have slain a nightmare creature either. Except for Soul Serpent, but if Rain had been attacked by an abomination and Serpent killed it while defending her, the spell should have still announced the kill and the acquisition of a memory to Sonny. Yet, he had not heard its voice since entering the nightmare. Had it happened while he was asleep? With a grim expression, Sonny pulled his attention from the mysterious memory and glanced at the list of his shadows. Soul Serpent's runes were still bleak and lifeless, but they were there, which meant that Serpent had not been destroyed at least. It wouldn't have let anything happen to Rain without sacrificing itself first. So Rain was most definitely all right. She had to be. Suddenly, Sonny felt his heart turn cold and heavy. He looked at the beautiful expanse of sparkling water with a somber expression, his eyes full of concern and darkness. Then, he slightly shook his head and looked down.
Doesn't make any sense.
What were the chances of a random abomination in the distant NQSC gifting Sonny with a memory that was connected to the Great River? Why would it? Pursing his lips, he let out a heavy sigh and turned his attention back to the runes. Concentrating on the estuary key made more shimmering symbols appear in the air. As soon as Sonny started reading them, his expression changed.
Memory. Key of the estuary. Memory rank. Supreme.
Supreme? His heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Sonny's unease deepened. He should have been excited to find himself in possession of such a powerful memory. However, instead, all Sonny felt was a cold sense of dread. It was because he firmly believed that nothing in this world, two worlds rather, was ever free. So getting a supreme memory out of nowhere only made him feel apprehension.
Could Serpent even kill a great nightmare creature?
Soul Serpent was an ascended tyrant, just like Sonny. Sonny himself was not powerful enough to dare face a great abomination. His chances of surviving such a fight were not zero, but very close to it. The vessels of the Skinwalker were proof. Frowning, Sonny swallowed his questions and continued to read.
Memory tier. 6.
6th tier.
He didn't even bother to consider the implications and turned to the description, which was strangely short. There were only several shimmering runes.
Memory description. The answer is oblivion.
Sonny stared grimly at the short string of runes, perplexed.
The answer?
He was confused. To what question? Was oblivion the key to the estuary? What did it mean? Or was it not oblivion, but Oblivion, the demon of oblivion? But what did that easily forgotten daemon have to do with anything? Sonny rubbed his face, then glanced at the enchantments of the mysterious memory. However, to his disappointment, there were no more hints hidden in the runes. All he saw was
Memory enchantments. Question mark. Question mark. Enchantment description. Question mark.
And that was it. There seemed to be only one enchantment, but it had no name and no description. It was just like the "Where is my eye" enchantment of Weaver's Mask, which had not been named until Sonny used it. There was one difference, though. "Where is my eye" was an active enchantment, while the enchantment of the estuary key seemed to be a passive one. Sonny took a deep breath.
So, what is the probability that the Soul Serpent had killed a great terror while I slept, and that the memory received by me as a result has to do with the Great River?
That was the only logical explanation. And yet, the logic of that explanation was highly questionable. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and summoned the key of the estuary. Of course, it would have been more prudent to first study the mysterious memory in the Soul Sea, yet somehow Sonny felt reluctant to touch it within his soul. Soon, countless sparks of darkness swarmed around his palm, and then slowly formed into a jagged piece of black stone. The jagged stone was utterly black and cool to the touch, reminding Sonny of the building blocks of the tomb of Ariel. There were no features to it, no runes or images carved into its surface. It was just a rough, palm-sized chunk of stone that seemed like something one would randomly pick up from the ground. Since the mysterious enchantment of the estuary key was a passive one, it was supposed to come into effect as soon as the memory was summoned. However, if it was doing something, Sonny couldn't tell. He did not feel any changes, neither in himself nor in the world.
I feel like I'm going mad.
He had been bombarded by more and more bizarre questions since the start of the nightmare, and none of them had any answers. There was also an answer that didn't seem to have a question. Even the Sin of Solace had become a bit weird. Uttering a quiet curse, Sonny concentrated and peered beneath the surface of the jagged black stone. Even if the enchantment had no name and no description, he could still study its weave himself. After all, By now, he had some knowledge of weaving, as well as the ability to intuitively feel the purpose of various weaves. Within the estuary key, there was a vast tapestry of ethereal strings. It was not the most complicated spell weave Sunny had ever seen. That would be the weave of Weaver's Mask. But it was still incredibly complex and unimaginably intricate. An enchantment like that was hopelessly outside the scope of what he himself could create, at least. Sunny was stunned. However, he was not stunned by the intricacy or complexity. Instead, what paralyzed him were the strings themselves, because unlike the strings of soul essence that comprised the weaves of all memories created by the spell, these ones were not ethereally luminous and silvery white. Instead, they were lightless and dark, like something Sunny himself would create. The strings of the memories created by the spell were made out of soul essence. At least Sunny was convinced that they were. They were strings of ethereal silver light. The strings that Sunny himself weaved, however, were made out of shadow essence. Although they were a perfect substitute for the strings of light, they appeared entirely black. This was the reason why the weaves of the memories he modified were like a patchwork of light and darkness. The weave of the estuary key, however, had no light at all. Every string of its vast and intricate tapestry was black, as if created out of shadow essence. It was just like the siege souvenir that Sunny had made and used to kill Goliath. Sunny stared at the jagged piece of black stone, dumbfounded.
What is the meaning of this?
How could there be a memory such as this if he had not created it? Suddenly, there was cold sweat on his face.
Have I lost part of my memories?
Oblivion. Oblivion. The answer was oblivion. Sunny shifted, and his hand instinctively shot up to the side, ready to grasp a weapon. The Sin of Solace observed his panic with an amused smile. A few seconds passed. Then, a few more. The great river was peaceful and desolate, with not a threat in sight. Slowly, Sunny allowed himself to relax.
Even if I somehow lost memories, that wouldn't explain this damned memory.
Sunny was certain that he was not capable of creating a spell weave of such magnitude and complexity. He was nowhere near that level, as far as weaving was concerned. Much more importantly, he knew for a fact that he was not capable of killing a great terror to collect 6 supreme soul shards. Although, if this memory was an artificial one, the soul shards could have come from 6 great beasts instead.
Or 6 sovereigns.
The Sin of Solace offered a suggestion with a mocking grin. Sunny flinched, then glared at the apparition. His face was even paler than usual.
Ha ha, very funny.
He was incapable of killing 6 great beasts either, or even one most likely.
So what does it mean?
Now, he really felt as if he was losing his mind. A supreme memory of the 6th tier appeared in his soul out of nowhere. And on top of that, it seemed to have been made from shadow essence. It was just too bizarre. Sunny groaned, grabbed his head, and froze for a few minutes thinking. After a while, his agitation lessened a little.
It can still be explained, even if the explanations are more than a little bit out there.
First of all, the fact that the strings of the estuary key's weave were seemingly made out of shadow essence did not mean that it was Sunny who had created them. There could have been another shadow creature capable of weaving somewhere here. In fact, Sunny had never received a memory for killing a shadow creature. Who knew? Maybe all memories awarded for slaying shadows were like that. So, it was still possible that somewhere in the waking world, Serpent had slain a great terror that had been a shadow creature once, and Sunny received the reward, which just happened to be tied to the great river, while he slept. Of course, it was extremely hard to believe that something like that had happened, but Sonny had been living with the fated attribute for many years now. If there was one thing he had learned, it was that he should never say never. All kinds of improbable coincidences were prone to happening to him. There were two other explanations as well. One of them was that Sonny had somehow vastly improved his mastery of weaving, procured 6 supreme soul shards, created the key of the estuary, and then forgotten all about it. In the process, none of his other runes had changed either. His class, number of shadow fragments, collection of memories, and the state of his shadows were all the same as they had been before entering the nightmare. Well, that was not exactly true. One thing about him had indeed changed, and to a frightening degree. It was the Sin of Solace. The spirit of the cursed sword was entirely different from how it had been before, but that was the only discrepancy. Nevertheless, the second explanation was even less believable than the first one. Too many things about it did not make any sense. The third explanation had to do with the Great River and the nature of time. Since time worked strangely in this nightmare, it was, maybe, possible that Sonny would create the key of the estuary in the future, but was somehow capable of already possessing it in the present. He really didn't know that much about time, or rather, he knew just as much about it as any person would. Sonny was not ignorant, but time itself was like a perversion of itself here. In any case, he had no idea how it worked on the Great River. So, who was to say that something like that couldn't happen? The third explanation was the most bizarre, and yet it somehow sounded more plausible than the other two. Sonny dismissed the estuary key and silently stared at the vast expanse of flowing water in front of him. The 7 suns were slowly traveling across the blue sky.
So, in conclusion, I have no idea how I ended up on this river instead of in the Nightmare Desert. No knowledge about what the Great River actually is, no hints about what to do to conquer the nightmare, and no clue where the others are. And on top of that, there is a mysterious memory in my soul, and the Sin of Solace seems to have gone through a strange transformation.
Sonny sighed as he enjoyed the beautiful view.
Wonderful.
The Sin of Solace glanced at him with a smile.
I'm glad you're in a good mood.
Then the apparition took a tentative step back and grinned.
But Sonny, shouldn't you be paying more attention to the surroundings in a situation like this?
Sonny frowned for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had been distracted by the barrage of weird revelations and lulled into a false sense of security by the beautiful tranquility of the Great River, which was why he was a second too late to sense a vast shadow rising swiftly from the depths below him. Summoning a memory, he cursed and jumped high into the air. In the next moment, giant jaws tore the surface of the water on both sides of his makeshift raft and closed, turning it into thousands of sharp splinters. The piece of flotsam had survived untold years of drifting on the currents of the Great River, and was so sturdy, enough that Sonny couldn't easily leave a scratch on it despite being an ascended tyrant. Nevertheless, in just an instant, it was utterly obliterated. The thousands of manic runes carved into its surface were destroyed. All that remained were tiny splinters, and even those disappeared a split second later when the giant jaws snapped shut. A massive serpentine head appeared from beneath the water, 2 monstrous eyes staring at Sonny with hunger and malevolent fury. Azure scales glistened in the sunlight, each one larger and thicker than the armor plates of a heavy military APC. The creature was utterly enormous, ancient, and seemingly mad. But Sonny was already in the air. The height of his vertical jump was nothing to scoff at, so there was a lot of distance between him and the sharp, narrow snout of the abomination. However, it did not matter, because the giant sea serpent continued to rise from the water, revealing its tower-like neck. Its maw opened again, like the gates of a dark abyss. Another second later, and it had already shot 24 meters into the sky, threatening to swallow Sonny whole.
Curse it! Why does a huge monster even want to eat a tiny morsel like me?
But then again, nightmare creatures were not really interested in human flesh. What they wanted were human souls. And as far as souls went, Sonny's was powerful and vast, despite its modest size.
Damn it!
Sonny twisted in the air and kicked down. He was not trying to strike the sea serpent. Instead, he used one of its fangs as a trampoline to catapult himself even further up. The timing of this desperate maneuver had to be incredibly precise, and the tiniest mistake meant death. But he was nothing if not quick, especially when augmented by all 5 of his shadows. And if the bastard lost a tooth as a result, well, that would be even better. However, the sea serpent's fang did not break from Sonny's powerful kick. In fact, it was almost the opposite. If not for Boneweave, Sonny's leg might have snapped. The giant fang seemed utterly indestructible, like a monolith made of pristine crystal jade. Wincing in pain, Sonny shot higher into the sky, and the creature followed. The serpent's long body continued to rise from the water, revealing its terrifying size and length. Just from the small part that could be seen, he judged that the abomination was at least a couple 100 meters long. It was a true Leviathan.
Gods.
Sonny was not sure that he could escape high enough to save himself from the sea monster, or rather, the river monster. Even worse, he had nowhere to land. All around them, there was nothing but water. He looked at the approaching maw in despair, and then, the memory he had summoned finally manifested itself into reality. It was not the Sin of Solace, nor was it any other weapon. Instead, it was a long and narrow needle forged out of black metal, with golden wire wrapped around one of its ends. The Heavenly Burden. Without hesitating for even a moment, Sonny drove the needle into his forearm, grimaced, and swiftly sent all of his shadows to wrap themselves around it. Instantly, the speed of his ascent increased tremendously. The Heavenly Burden did not give a person the ability to fly, but it did make the things it pierced float upward. Usually the speed at which one drifted into the sky was not too great, but with the augmentation of 5 shadows, things changed. The maw of the Azure Leviathan, which had been drawing closer to Sonny at a frightening pace, slowly started to fall behind. He was ascending into the air faster than the serpent was rising from the water. The surface of the great river already seemed rather distant.
Damnation. Why do I feel like a hot air balloon?
After a few more minutes, the giant jaws snapped shut once again, and the Leviathan stopped, staring upward with dark, hungry madness burning in its huge, inhuman eyes. About 50 meters of its long body had already risen from the waters of the great river, looming above them like a tower of glistening azure scales. Streams of water flowed from the long ridge of its dorsal fin, with curved spikes protruding from it like giant blades. The monstrous serpent was rather magnificent, or it would have been if not for the clear signs of decay and corruption marring its massive body. Its eyes, which had been golden once, were now dim and cloudy with lines of crimson pus spreading from them toward the long snout. The azure scales were covered by countless scars, some of them missing entirely, to reveal pale, desiccated flesh. Pieces of rotten meat were stuck between its dark fangs. The ancient serpent stared at Sonny, and Sonny stared back.
This is not good.
The Leviathan was large enough to be a titan. Granted, dwellers of the depths were often larger than their land counterparts, but if it was indeed a titan, then Sonny was in big trouble. Because titans had all kinds of ways to kill someone like him from afar. Shuddering, he concentrated and peered through the azure scales. He needed to understand what the creature's rank and class were. What Sonny saw left him shaken and revolted. Darkness. Nothing but vile darkness, with only one pronounced node that was the source of it. His mouth was suddenly dry.
A great beast.
Still being carried into the sky by the heavenly burden, Sonny let out a stifled laugh.
Well, that's unexpected.
He had never thought that he would be glad to see a great beast one day. But he was. A great beast was a harrowing creature of indescribable destructive power, but it was still fundamentally a beast, and beasts did not usually possess any unnatural powers. So, while the Azure Serpent was without a doubt an absolutely disastrous foe for Sonny, meeting it was still better than encountering a titan, a terror, a tyrant, or even a devil of a lesser rank, because the creature couldn't do anything to him while Sonny remained in the sky.
But there is a problem.
Forcing himself to look away from the towering monstrosity, Sonny studied the vast expanse of the great river. There was nothing but water, no matter in which direction he looked. He had nowhere to land. The giant great beast was growing smaller and smaller as Sonny rose higher into the sky. The winds were howling, and he was slowly starting to feel apprehensive about how long it would take him to fall back down. The view was simply breathtaking, but even from such a high vantage point, Sonny could not see a single piece of land. There were no islands, no continents, and no ships. There was not even another piece of flotsam. He sighed.
What a predicament. Enjoying the view?
Sonny flinched and craned his neck, looking at the Sin of Solace. His identical copy was calmly standing on thin air, looking down at him. The wind was playing with the apparition's long black hair. Sonny frowned.
I really need to get a haircut. You're ignoring me now? Ungrateful.
He glared at the apparition silently, then asked,
How are you doing that? Why aren't you falling?
A wicked smile appeared on the face of the cursed spirit.
It's because, unlike you, I'm not weighed down by sin.
Sonny scoffed.
Bastard, it's literally in your name.
The two were silent for a few moments, giving him ample time to enjoy the fact of just how insane he had become. After a while, the Sin of Solace pointed down.
Why bother resisting? Here's an idea. Just go jump into this beast's maw. Haven't you heard the stories about people traveling inside a sea creature's belly? With your luck, it will definitely bring you to somewhere pleasant.
Sonny stared at the porcelain face of the apparition.
If I die, you die too, you know.
The Sin of Solace grinned.
Maybe I would rather die than spend more time in your company. Have you ever thought about that?
Sonny gritted his teeth and looked away.
He's not real. He's just a part of me. Since when am I this irritating?
Sighing, he summoned the Dark Wing. Soon, a transcendent cloak appeared on his back and turned into a blur. The shadows moved, flowing from the heavenly burden to cover it in darkness. Illuminated by the light of 7 suns, Sonny followed the current of the great river as he glided forward. To his right, the world was painted in hues of lilac by the light of dawn. To his left, the water was like a sea of burning blood because of the crimson dusk. All around him, the blue sky was suffused with the bright radiance of the day. The Sin of Solace calmly walked across the sky, following him. His hands were clasped behind his back.
There has to be something, anything in this nightmare. It can't just be all water.
Sonny was pretty sure that there would be some place where he could land. Otherwise, the trial was too unreasonable. Anyone without memories like the Essence Pearl and the Nimble Catch would be doomed. The spell was not an executioner. Of course, with his luck, he might have been sent thousands of kilometers away from the nearest piece of land. That would not be the first time Sonny found himself on the receiving end of truly terrible fortune. There was only one way to find out. Well, actually there were a couple. He could try surviving the "Where is my eye" enchantment for the third time. And he would if there was no other way. The giant sea monster below followed Sonny with its cloudy eyes, and then dove back into the water. However, its vast shadow remained, moving slowly just below the surface. It was keeping pace with the flying human. Sonny's expression grew bleak.
Not willing to let go, huh?
Did he offend the serpent's ancestors in his past life? Time went by. The sea serpent continued to follow Sonny, raising its head above the water from time to time to throw a chilling look in his direction. At some point, Sonny removed the black needle from his forearm and allowed himself to glide down for a while. There was a great beast waiting for him in the river, and if there was one below, there could easily be one above. Being attacked by a flying abomination was the last thing Sonny wanted to happen. But if it did happen, he wanted to at least have the opportunity to dive back into the water and try his luck in the depths. Maybe the two abominations would fight with each other instead. This was why he dared neither rise too high above the water nor get too low. Sonny felt tense, somber, and a bit exasperated.
No, really? What kind of messed up situation is this?
He had turned into a blimp. After gliding down for a while, he winced and pushed the black needle back into his forearm. And so it continued. The great beast stubbornly followed, always staying precisely below Sonny. The hours slowly went by. Sometimes he would rise, and sometimes he would descend. The heavenly burden continued to poke small holes in his skin, which then immediately healed thanks to the living stone trait of the shell. Sonny grew angry. Then he grew depressed. Then he grew bored. Eventually, he started to enjoy the feeling of flying through this beautiful world of radiant sunlight and shining water. A small smile appeared on his face. There was a great abomination waiting to gobble Sonny up, and yet he felt strangely peaceful. How many people out there dreamed of being able to fly?
Maybe I did lose my mind.
He was happy that the Sin of Solace at least was keeping his mouth shut. The seven suns slowly moved across the sky. Eventually, the dawn to his right dissipated, giving way to night. The seventh sun rose above the water and crawled west across the firmament, followed by a spreading darkness. The sun to his left drowned in the crimson water and disappeared, soon followed by another. One by one, all seven suns disappeared beyond the western horizon, and the sky became completely black. There was no moon and no stars. However, soon after absolute darkness consumed the world, the waters of the great river themselves began to emanate a soft, shimmering radiance. Sonny held his breath, stunned by the sublime beauty of this dark, luminous world. The whole boundless expanse of the great river was now suffused with faint but beautiful light. It was as though the seven suns were now somewhere far below, the soft echo of their light barely reaching the world through the unfathomable mass of water.
How pretty.
Sonny stared at the softly shining expanse of water for a while. Then his expression turned dull. If there was one flaw to this ethereally beautiful scene, It was the dark shape beneath the surface of the flowing water, and the two giant eyes staring at him with hunger and madness. The day was over, and the night had come. But the damned great beast was still patiently waiting for him below. Looking at the head of the ancient sea serpent, Sonny sighed.
I wonder how many days I can survive.
Sonny glided through the dark sky above the luminous expanse of softly shining water. The wind was caressing his skin, and tranquil silence ruled the world. If not for the need to pierce himself with the sharp needle over and over again, he would have found the situation relaxing. Of course, there was also the monstrous sea serpent that patiently pursued him, staring at the perfectly black canvas of the night sky with cloudy eyes. He also had to constantly remain on high alert. There was no telling what else could attack him from above. After a while, Sonny let out a sigh.
How tiresome.
He was starting to miss the days of plummeting into the sky below. At least he had the dead mimic to sit on back then. Now, there was nowhere for him to rest. Sonny continued to fly forward, surrounded by nothing except empty air. He had the Sin of Solace with him, instead of Mordred, too. It was really hard to tell which one of them was worse company.
What? Have you lost your mind? I strongly protest against this comparison.
The apparition glanced at him with contempt, then looked away. Sonny sighed again.
Yeah, you are way more handsome than that guy. Sorry, I went too far.
The Sin of Solace scoffed, and they continued forward in silence. After a long while, the faint radiance of the flowing water grew a little dimmer. The eastern horizon brightened, and then the first of the suns appeared from below in a crown of lilac hues. A new day was starting. The soft light suffusing the great river slowly dissipated, and then the 7 suns appeared from below the water, one after another. Soon the western horizon was once again wreathed in the crimson flames of dusk. Everywhere else it was a bright day. Sonny stared at the great beast below him with resentment. He was tempted to summon Morgan's warbow and start turning the ancient serpent into a pincushion. Even if the might of his arrows was not enough to pierce the azure scales of the creature, he was sure that they would at least irritate it. Why should Sonny be the only one feeling endless frustration? However, doing so was only going to consume his essence. He wasn't willing to waste it needlessly in a situation where it was impossible to tell what would happen next. Gritting his teeth, Sonny steeled his will and continued flying above the water. An hour went by. Then one more. Actually, Sonny had no idea if those were really hours. The 7 suns shining above the great river were too bizarre and unreliable to use them for measuring time. He just guessed how much of it had passed based on intuition, but he could have easily been wrong. In any case, more time flowed past him. Or was it Sonny who was flowing through time? Questions like this were driving him mad.
I am really starting to...
Sonny suddenly froze and looked at a certain spot on the great river. There, a great distance away, a black dot had finally appeared atop the sparkling water. His heart skipped a beat.
Land?
He lingered for a moment, then glanced at the long shadow hiding beneath the surface of the water right below him. Then he changed the direction of his flight slightly and sped up, hoping to reach the black dot as soon as possible. There was no guarantee that finding a place to land would save him from the great abomination. Maybe he would be able to rest at least. The wind whistled in Sonny's ears as he glided along the current of the great river, moving perhaps further into the past. Slowly the dot grew larger, and he was able to see a few details of what it was. In front of him, still some distance away, was a dark island. The island was not very large, no more than 1 kilometer across, and consisted entirely of black weathered rock. It had steep slopes with deep grooves and twisting fissures running through them. There were vast patches of green moss scattered across the surface of the island, as well as towering outcroppings of something that resembled tarnished silver. The glistening edges were sharp and jagged. Sunny felt a bit of hope. The island was not large, but it was large enough to pose an obstacle for the sea monster. If the abomination wanted to follow Sunny to the surface, it would have to leave the water entirely, and fighting on land would be very advantageous to Sunny. Maybe the ancient serpent would not climb out of the river at all. But even if it did, it would be out of its element. With Sunny, Saint, Nightmare, Imp, and the 5 Shadows, maybe they stood a chance of driving the creature away. Or even killing it. The sin of Solace must have grown much stronger as well. After all, the hideous truth enchantment of the Jade Blade promised immense power to those who succumbed to its madness, and judging by how real the sword wraith seemed, Sunny had met quite a lot of the requirements. Plus, Sunny could find clues about the nature of the nightmare on the island. Right now, he was suffering the most from the lack of information. Knowledge was the origin of power, so he couldn't miss a chance to acquire some.
Let's hope that the old snake is not going to follow me to land.
Sunny removed the heavenly burden from his arm and started slowly descending in the direction of the dark island. The closer he got to it, the more details he could make out. The steep slopes of the island were craggy, with their lower parts encased in silver. There were numerous barnacles growing on the tarnished metal, with waves of water foaming as they splashed against them from time to time. There were also massive chains rising from the water and disappearing in the fissures higher up the slopes. Sunny frowned. The island was very strange. That was a given. However, there was something about that strangeness that made him feel uneasy. The monstrous serpent, too, seemed to have grown wary as they drew closer to the weathered hill of dark rock. Sunny's eyes suddenly narrowed.
Could it be?
He hesitated for a few moments and then tried to peer through the surface of the island. A split second later, Sunny cursed and hurriedly drove the heavenly needle back into his skin. In the next moment, the island quaked and moved as a titanic head slowly rose from beneath the waves to stare at the ancient sea serpent with a giant, unmoving eye. What Sunny saw beneath the weathered black rock was an ocean of vile darkness, and 2 nodes from where the corruption had spread throughout the whole enormous creature. The island was simply the carapace of a colossal great monster. Sunny stared at the colossal reptilian head that had risen from below the waves. There were streams of water flowing down from it like roaring waterfalls, and bands of tarnished silver encasing it like armor. The monster's eyes were like murky lakes, and its massive beak was like the ram of an oceanic battleship. Of course, there was no vessel in the waking world that could compare with the destructive power of that beak. The thing that Sunny had assumed to be an island was, in fact, the shell of a giant, monstrous black turtle. He froze, stunned by the sheer size of the great monster.
And I thought that sea snake was enormous.
The sea serpent that had been following Sunny was indeed quite large. It was easily larger than the fallen titan Goliath, whom Sunny had killed during the siege of Falcon Scott. However, the creature's body was still only a couple 100 meters long. The monstrous turtle, meanwhile, spanned more than a kilometer. In front of it, the serpent looked like a little snake. And yet, it seemed undeterred. The azure serpent had risen its head out of the water too, and was staring at the great monster in front of it with its mad, cloudy eyes. The 2 nightmare creatures observed each other. Sunny, meanwhile, was cursing his fate.
Damn it. I was hoping to step on something solid again.
Instead of a safe harbor, he found an abomination that was even more harrowing than the one waiting to swallow him whole.
You can step on that turtle, you know.
The Sin of Solace grinned. Sunny spared him a dark glance, then turned to look at the two abominations. At that moment, the giant turtle lowered its head a little and let out a low, threatening huff, which sounded like rolling thunder. Water was still flowing off its black scales, and its murky eyes were slowly igniting with dark silver light. It was clearly not happy that another nightmare creature had invaded its territory and disturbed its sleep. The azure serpent stared at it for a few moments more, then turned its snout and threw a deranged gaze at Sunny.
What is that old snake thinking? Turn your tail and run, lunatic!
Sunny clearly remembered the ease with which the Carapace Centurions had slaughtered the Carapace scavengers, and a monster was much more powerful and deadly than a mere beast, no matter the rank. If the sea serpent had any sense left, it would retreat and avoid angering the black turtle, which was good news for Sunny. Even though he had not managed to find shelter from the abomination on the shell of the great monster could still rid him of the dreadful pursuer. The turtle did not seem to have noticed Sunny either. If things turned out well... But of course, they did not. Despite being much smaller than the great monster in front of it, and presumably much weaker, the azure serpent let out a mad roar and dove into the water, swimming toward the colossal turtle with stunning speed. The giant blades protruding from its back cut the surface of the river and left a trail of white foam in their wake. Sunny was a little startled.
Does it want to eat me that bad?
The monstrous armored turtle, however, was unfazed. Its giant flippers moved, and it propelled itself forward with stunning speed. Its beak opened, and an indescribable sound exploded from its maw, making the world shake. The calm surface of the great river suddenly turned chaotic and tumultuous. As if in the middle of a raging hurricane, giant whirlpools formed, powerful enough to swallow alloy vessels whole. Sunny was almost thrown from the sky by the violent force of the abomination's battle cry.
Ah!
The azure serpent and the black turtle clashed below him, and a tremendous fountain of water suddenly shot into the air. The turtle was much more powerful and deadly, but the serpent was faster. It nimbly evaded the harrowing beak and opened its maw, trying to sink its fangs into the gargantuan scales of the enemy's neck. However, the dreadful fangs simply slid off the tarnished silver encasing it. Sunny lingered for a few moments, awed by the cataclysmic fury of the clash between two great abominations. The forces being unleashed below him were probably enough to erase an entire siege capital from the face of the world. Shuddering, he imagined what would happen if two such creatures appeared in NQSC. Would the largest city of humanity survive such a catastrophe? It probably would, if barely. The sovereigns might have abandoned Antarctica, but they were bound to do something if the seat of their power came under threat. Bastion and Ravenheart were important, yes, but the northern quadrant was still the heartland of humanity. At least that was what Sunny wanted to believe.
What am I thinking about?
The waters of the great river were already painted red by blood around the two clashing abominations. Sunny would have loved to watch the azure serpent die, but he couldn't miss the chance to slip away. If he failed to escape from the two great abominations now, he might never get it again. Turning away, he flew forward as fast as he could. Behind him, the world was shuddering, and the water was roaring as it rose in giant waves.
Gods!
Sunny gritted his teeth and refused to look back. Gradually, the sounds of the titanic battle grew quieter and quieter, and then he couldn't hear anything at all. He let out a shaky breath.
I knew that third nightmares were absolutely lethal, but isn't it a bit too much?
Was he supposed to battle great nightmare creatures as a mere ascended? What kind of perverted logic was that? Suddenly, in a somber mood, Sunny sighed and looked at the Sin of Solace.
What do you think?
The sword wraith smiled.
I think that you're going to die of hunger before finding land. Oh, or you can go fishing in the river and be eaten by the fish instead. There's always a choice.
Sonny grimaced.
Why did I even ask?
He continued to follow the current of the great river, flying north into the past. Eventually, the seven suns drowned again, suffusing the water with their light. The sky was black and devoid of stars. The world was silent. Sonny tiredly closed his eyes.
Can't sleep. Falling asleep might kill me.
He stared at the expanse of softly shining water beneath him, then blinked a couple of times.
What the hell? How is this possible?
A familiar shadow was hiding beneath the waves below him. The azure serpent was back. There were hints of blood in the water around it, but the damned creature was indeed there, still waiting to devour Sonny.
Did it escape from that giant turtle?
Struggling to believe it, Sonny turned around and looked back. Of course, the place where two abominations had battled was too far away for him to see anything, but he did notice something else. Somewhere out there, upstream, almost too distant to be noticed, a tiny spark of pure white light was glistening above the bluish-green luminous waters. It was hard to notice because of the soft glow of the great river at night, but it was certainly there. Sonny held his breath for a moment.
I shouldn't get my hopes up, right?
He slowed down, and then came to a halt. The Sin of Solace stopped too, looking at him with a detached expression.
Still, I must make sure.
Sonny rubbed his face, glanced at the azure serpent once again, and then sent himself flying back.
Let's see if you want to meet that turtle again, old snake.
By the time Sonny flew close enough to distinguish the source of the white spark, it had already disappeared. However, finding the source was not too hard. There were not a lot of things that could be distinguished from the empty expanse of flowing water on the great river after all. By then, it was already morning. The suns were slowly rising from below, and the world was enveloped in the dim glow of twilight. The soft radiance of the shimmering water had dissipated, making it easier for Sonny to see colors. Hovering high above the current, he froze. There was a stunned expression on his face.
How is this possible?
Far below him, a vast span of the great river was painted red. Blood was clouding the clear water, and the polluted patch of it was at least half a dozen kilometers across. From high up, it looked as if a bloody flower was slowly blooming in the middle of the river. At the center of the red patch, a familiar great monster was floating lifelessly, the silver bands encasing its neck broken and bent. The black turtle was dead. There was a vicious wound at the spot where its neck met its body. The wound was large enough to be a tunnel, with rivers of blood still flowing out of it into the water. The equally gruesome exit wound was all the way across the monster's massive body, just below one of its armored flippers. Shaken, Sonny lingered for a while, and then looked down at the spot where his pursuer was hiding beneath the water. At that moment, the azure serpent raised its head above the surface and stared at Sonny with mad fury burning in its cloudy eyes. The great beast looked battered and maimed, with several huge chunks of flesh missing from its long neck, but it was undeniably alive. He had thought once that the azure serpent was like a little snake in front of the colossal turtle, but from the looks of it, that little snake had managed to burrow into the body of the larger monster, tear it from the inside, and escape back into the river to catch up to Sonny.
The old snake must be a queen or king of beasts. It actually took down a monster.
He was slightly impressed, but mostly he was disturbed. Being pursued by a great beast was already bad enough, But now that he knew that the Azure Serpent was a fearsome existence among the creatures of its class, the situation seemed even worse.
Damnation.
Sunny and the ancient Leviathan stared at each other some more, and then he turned back to the island-sized corpse of the black turtle. In any case, now that he saw the result of the battle between the two great abominations, he had to admit that the source of the white spark had to be hidden somewhere on the dead turtle's shell. There was simply no other place anywhere around that could have produced it. Sunny observed the carcass of the great monster for a while, not daring to descend yet. After thinking for a while, he summoned Morgan's warbow and made a black arrow appear on its string. Then he ordered one of his shadows to wrap itself around the arrow, drew the string, and released it. The arrow shot through the air and struck the green moss covering the monster's shell. Piercing the layer of soft moss, it then hit the weathered black rock and splintered without leaving even a scratch on its surface. The arrow was destroyed, but the shadow had already been transported to the dark island. The gloomy guy looked around, shivered, and then glanced at the sky with a resigned expression. His resentful gaze seemed to deal damage directly to Sunny's conscience. Sunny shifted a little.
What are you staring at? I have a very clear conscience. The clearest conscience in two worlds. It's a flaw of mine.
The Sin of Solace, who was standing by his side, quietly chuckled. Ignoring the apparition, Sunny commanded the gloomy shadow to go explore. Then he looked at the world through its eyes. The surface of the black turtle's shell was indeed like an island. There were patches of moss covering the weathered rock, while the rock itself was rough and uneven. It was littered with mounds of deep gorges, and even depressions filled with water that looked like small lakes. Here and there, jagged pieces of tarnished silver could be seen. From what Sunny could tell, the great monster had been somehow fashioned with a battle armor of sublime silver in the past, perhaps thousands of years ago. Now the silver armor was dull and covered with a dark patina. Most of it was gone, at least on the surface. Only the edges of the shell, the neck, the head, and the flippers were still encased in vast bands of the precious metal. The huge chain Sunny had seen before served to fasten the armor to the creature's shell. He did not want to study the nature of the dead abomination in detail right now, though. First, he wanted to find out where the white light had come from. Soon, the shadow noticed something. In the middle of a large patch of moss, there was a spot where it had been burned away, revealing the rock surface beneath. The rock itself was covered by ash and soot. Most importantly, there was a palm print in the ash, a human palm print. Sunny's heart suddenly started to beat faster. The gloomy shadow seemed excited too. It sped up, gliding across the dark island and diving into the deep fissures in the rock shell from time to time. And after diving into one of the more shallow gorges, it saw something that made it freeze. Out there, in the shade of the fissure, leaning on her back on the uneven black rock, a young woman with silver hair was sitting on the ground. Her black clothes were singed and torn, and there was a wild look in her striking gray eyes. She was holding a piece of strange-looking roasted meat in her hands, sinking her teeth into it with a determined expression. Both her fingers and lips were covered in grease. It was Nephis. As Sunny and the gloomy shadow were staring at her in stunned silence, she suddenly shifted, raised her head, and looked directly at the shadow. Her eyes widened a little. Forgetting to chew, Neph lingered for a moment, and then awkwardly waved at the shadow with a greasy hand.
It's actually her.
Sunny did not want to admit it, but he was incredibly excited. A small smile appeared on his face, and he let out a long sigh. Far below, his shadow waved back at Nephis. He was happy, and not only because it was Neph whom he had found. Sunny was also happy to find anyone at all after days spent in solitude. He was starting to fear that the strangeness of the great river was much more dire than he had thought. and that he was actually sent into an entirely different nightmare, or perhaps epoch, than the other members of the cohort. In fact, he had been suppressing the gnawing fear of being the only human in this flowing world. Thank the gods. Under the watchful gaze of the Azure Serpent, Sunny retrieved the heavenly burden and glided down in a wide spiral. He was still wary of the great abomination, but had no choice except to land. It was a good thing, too, after spending 2 days drifting through the empty sky. He longed to stand on something solid again. The small puncture wound left behind by the Black Needle was completely healed by the time Sunny reached the stone shell of the dead behemoth. To his relief, the ancient serpent did not follow him onto the island. It stayed in the water, staring at the tiny human with hungry madness. Luckily, looks could not kill. Well, at least this great beast's gaze could not kill. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures and aspects out there, though. As soon as the soles of his shoes touched the weathered rock, Sunny let out a satisfied sigh. Then he dismissed the dark wing, bent down to grab the edge of the fissure in front of him, and jumped down. A few moments later, Sunny landed in front of Nephis. The gloomy shadow slid off the wall and attached itself to his feet. The two of them stared at each other for a bit. Then, Sunny grinned.
That smells delicious. Where did you get fresh meat?
Nephis tilted her head and blinked. A few minutes later, Sunny and Nephis were sitting opposite each other inside the narrow fissure, finishing the last of the meat she had roasted. The covetous coffer was standing nearby in the form of an alloy chest, its lid open. There was not much food inside by now, but there was still some salt and spices left. With the help of seasoning, the meat tasted sublime. Not that it was easy to chew. Sunny's teeth were incredibly tenacious due to bone weave, and yet he had to augment himself with a few shadows just to take a bite. And yet, he was thankful for that meat. Without Neph making a fire to roast it, he might not have found her so soon, or even ever at all.
It really tastes amazing.
Finishing with his portion, Sunny glanced at his greasy hands with a bit of regret, and then carefully licked his fingers. Then he looked at Neph and smiled.
Hey, did we really just eat the meat of a great monster?
How had his life turned out this way? It was a bit too ridiculous. She nodded and brought the endless spring to her lips, drinking greedily. Yeah, I carved it myself after the sea serpent left. Hearing this, Sunny shifted awkwardly. As it turned out, Nephis had been on the shell of the black turtle the whole time. At first, she had appeared within the mist, just like Sunny. But after the mist dissipated, she found herself standing on the surface of the dark island, with no one else in sight. Neph had felt that something was very wrong, almost instantly, but it took her a few hours to realize that the rocky island beneath her feet was actually the carapace of a titanic abomination. Then, she slowly explored the shell of the black turtle while trying her best not to awaken the great monster from its slumber. On the second day, the sea serpent had suddenly attacked, waking the turtle up and initiating a harrowing battle. Nephis had no choice but to hide in one of the fissures and hold on for dear life. While being battered, doused with water, and tossed around, the pressure and the shockwaves of the furious battle between two great abominations almost killed her. That was why her clothes were in such a sorry state. Eventually, though, the serpent managed to burrow into the turtle's flesh and kill it from the inside. After killing the monster, it left. At that point, Nephis recovered a little, then dove down into the water to carve out some meat to satiate her hunger, as well as quench her thirst. Sunny coughed awkwardly.
About that, I'm sorry.
She raised an eyebrow, looking at him in confusion. Sorry? Why? He scratched the back of his head.
Well, I also entered the nightmare within the mist, only I was still in the water once it dissipated, on a piece of flotsam. And there was this serpent trying to eat me, so I escaped into the sky and flew downstream for a while, with the serpent following. Eventually, I stumbled on this turtle and, therefore, so did the sea snake. You know the rest."
A strange expression appeared on Neff's face. She stared at him silently, making Sunny let out a nervous laugh.
"Actually, I was right above you, high in the sky when they started fighting. We almost missed each other. Luckily, I noticed your flames from afar the next night and came back."
She lingered for a moment, and then smiled. "So it all ended well. Now we are both stuck here." Then the smile froze on his face. Sunny remained motionless for a bit, then looked away and cleared his throat.
"Oh, by the way, that sea serpent? Yeah, I might have accidentally let it back here again. It's currently circling the turtle. Did I say that I was sorry?"
Neffis stared at him for a while, then lowered her head and covered her face with a palm. Sunny could have sworn that he heard her mumble something under her breath, but he must have heard wrong, right? There was no way Neffis would say that.
"Damnation,"
he whispered. Climbing out of the fissure, the two of them, and the ominous figure of the Sin of Solace, studied the calm surface of the great river. By now, it seemed like a sea of blood. The patch of red water surrounding the dead behemoth was growing larger as it was slowly washed away. Just then, an ominous shadow moved through the blood, and a giant cloudy eye rose from the red liquid to stare at them with hatred and burning malice. Sunny shivered and felt the desire to take a step back. Neffis remained unmoved. After a while, she spoke in a somber tone. "Strong." He sighed.
"It's a great beast, of course it's strong."
At that moment, the Sin of Solace smiled. As they escaped the suffocating gaze of the Azure Serpent by jumping back into the fissure, the Sword Wraith spoke.
"But isn't it just a great beast? Where is your fighting spirit, Sunny? Go! Kill it! Like you always do."
Sunny threw an irritated glance at him and thought,
"Shut the hell up."
The apparition laughed.
"Why? Can't I make a joke? Of course a pathetic waste of a divine aspect like you has no hope of surviving a fight with this creature."
It grinned and added,
"That is why it's funny."
Sunny frowned and glared at the Sin of Solace, then started to think of a response. However, at that moment, Neff's voice distracted him from the conversation. "Sunny, who are you talking to?" Startled, he flinched slightly and turned to her. His face grew slightly more pale than usual.
"Have you heard that? I spoke it aloud?"
She lingered for a moment, then nodded. Sunny let out a small laugh and scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. In truth, he was a little frightened. It seemed that the effect of the Sin of Solace on his mind was not as tame as he had thought.
"Damn it. That is my primary weapon memory. It has a peculiar enchantment. Basically, it's a voice that doesn't miss a chance to explain how wrong everything I do is."
Neffis stared at him for a while, and then a hint of a smile appeared on her face. "Oh." Sunny frowned.
"Wait, why are you smiling? It's very annoying."
She simply shook her head. "It's nothing. I was just suddenly reminded of an old fairy tale I once heard." He gave her a dubious look.
"Really? What is the fairy tale about?"
Neffis pondered for a bit, as if trying to recall, then said with uncertainty, "It is about a mischievous doll who ran away from home. Every time the doll lied, its nose would grow bigger, and there was a cricket who followed the wooden boy around, trying to explain what is right and what is wrong to him." Sunny blinked a couple of times, perplexed. What kind of weird story was that? And why would a doll be alive? Was it actually an echo or a nightmare creature? He frowned.
That's one strange fairy tale. I do see why you would remember it, though. Not that I have any problems with the length of my nose. So, how does it end?
Nephis thought for a while. I guess the doll learns how to be a good boy and returns home with the cricket. That is not the original ending, though. Sonny felt a little better about himself after hearing that. Curious, he raised an eyebrow and asked,
Yeah? What happens to the doll in the original, then?
She sat down and shrugged with an indifferent expression. He kills the cricket with a hammer, then gets hanged from a tree and dies. Sonny's eyes twitched.
What the hell?
Lowering himself to the ground, he scoffed.
That doesn't even make sense. Isn't that doll made of wood? Why would he die after being hanged from a tree? Ridiculous. Not to mention that a talking wooden doll would have been at least a demon. There's no way a demon would die from being hanged.
He looked at Nephis and abruptly realized how ridiculous that conversation was. Sonny cleared his throat and then added,
Anyway, that memory of mine has grown stronger once we entered the nightmare. I have a couple of ideas why, but I'm not certain yet. So, that peculiar enchantment has become more annoying too. I guess what I'm trying to say is, don't mind me.
However, he couldn't help but glance at the Sin of Solace and add with a bit of venom in his voice,
As for the fairy tale, now that we established that the doll wouldn't have died from hanging, I must admit, I wouldn't mind smashing that annoying cricket with a hammer and watching it die.
The apparition mockingly raised an eyebrow. Neph, meanwhile, frowned slightly and asked, Why do you keep looking to the side when talking about that enchantment? Sonny froze.
Well, at first there was only a voice, but now there's an illusory figure following me too. In fact, it looks exactly like me and uses my own voice to berate me. It's fine, though. Just annoying.
Nephis remained silent before asking in an even tone, So, there are 2 Sonnies here right now? Sonny grimaced, then nodded with a bit of reluctance.
In a sense. One is just a foul-mouthed hallucination, though.
Neph stared at him for a while with a funny expression. Then she tilted her head slightly and stared at him some more. Sonny suddenly felt a bit weird under that gaze.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not crazy.
No. What was hidden in the depths of her calm gray eyes? Was it amusement? Nephis suddenly took a deep breath and then shook her head. I know that you're not crazy. That memory should be the Sin of Solace, right? It is tied to Ariel, and therefore to the tomb of Ariel. Even though the pyramid doesn't seem to exist in this nightmare, it might come in handy. Sonny slowly exhaled.
Right.
Nephis had access to the list of his memories, so she would know about the Sin of Solace. But that reminded him of something. Getting serious, Sonny said in a somber tone,
Speaking of which, I think we should try to figure out where we are. And more importantly, why we are here. I think that if we pull all the information we have together, we might be able to find out a few things.
She nodded. Okay, I was thinking the same thing. There have to be hints in the descriptions of the memories we received during the Chain of Nightmares. I can tell you which ones of mine seem important. Sonny, too, thought that this was the best course of action, at least for now. The Azure Serpent didn't seem to have plans of climbing onto the carcass of the black turtle, and the current was pulling it downstream. Even if they tried to fly away, their speed wouldn't be much greater than that of the Dark Island. So they might as well try to better understand the situation first. He gathered his willpower, hesitated for a few moments, and forced out an indifferent smile.
Before that, I think you should summon a new armor memory. So, this one could restore itself.
Nephis frowned, then looked down at herself. The black garments she wore were singed and torn, revealing more than a fair bit of her smooth alabaster skin. She remained motionless for a bit, then shifted slightly. "Can you turn around?" She phrased it as a question instead of a request, but Sunny nevertheless obediently faced the wall of the fissure.
"I can."
After a moment of awkward silence, another question followed. "Can you also make your shadow turn around?" He forced the gloomy shadow to face the black rock too.
"No problem."
The Sin of Solace rolled his eyes, then shook his head and followed their example.
"You are a pitiful man, Sonny. You know that?" Don't bother responding. Gods, I wish you did squish me with a hammer. Then I wouldn't have to endure your...
Sunny ignored him. Soon, the dark fissure became a little brighter. Neff's clothes turned into a swarm of white sparks. Then the fissure was illuminated again, as she summoned another armor. Sunny let out a shaky breath.
What is this sense of déjà vu? Are you done?
She answered after a short pause. Yeah. He smiled.
All right, let's do some research then.
Neffis changed from her torn clothes and was now wearing a white tunic with its hems embroidered in intricate red patterns. The tunic was somewhat similar to Sunny's Shroud of Dusk, but also different. It seemed like a single sheet of fabric that had been elaborately tied at the shoulders and thus had no sleeves. Loosely fastened at the waist and with high slits, it seemed like something that could afford one a high degree of freedom of movement. Still, Sunny was slightly surprised to see what Neff had chosen to summon. She gave him a strange look. What? He shrugged.
I had just imagined that you would select a suit of steel armor, or at least something that offers more protection. There has to be a memory like that among those that Summer Night gave you, right?
Neffis shook her head. There is, but what does it matter here? No matter how powerful of an armor memory I use, it will still break after brushing against a great abomination once. So I might as well go for something light and offering good utility. This tunic might not protect me well, but it enhances my senses. For now, that is more important. Best of all, she slightly pursed her lips and added with a hint of frustration in her voice, it won't burn. Sunny suppressed a chuckle.
All right, suit yourself.
It was not like he had anything to complain about. That tunic of hers was rather beautiful. Plus, he wasn't one to talk, considering what he himself was wearing. Sunny pulled his gaze away from Neffis's slender figure and stared at the memories that were laying on the ground between them. These were all the ones in their possession that mentioned Ariel, his tomb, the great river, or an estuary of any kind. There was no real need to summon them since both Sunny and Neffis could see each other's runes. However, having something to look at was more convenient. They were a beautifully engraved chalice of white stone full of black liquid, a hand mirror of dark silver that gave off an ominous feeling, a graceful Jan with a long and slender blade of pristine white jade, a necklace of engraved black metal that resembled a collar, an elegant mallet with a hammerhead made of perfectly black stone, a dagger made of cloudy steel with a handle that was wrapped in black leather, the bitter cusp, the mirror of truth, the sin of solace, the stifled scream, the dark shaper, and the falling ash. The last two came from Neffis, while all the other ones came from Sunny. He had spent more time in Antarctica after all, and received more memories from the abominations of the Chain of Nightmares. There was also the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, but Sunny did not feel like undressing. Although, it might have been only fair for him to do so.
Never mind.
He studied the memories for a while, sometimes glancing at the shimmering runes in front of him. Eventually, Sunny said,
Before we try to draw any conclusions, let's go over what we already know first.
Neffis nodded. Sunny took a deep breath.
First of all, there was a daemon called Ariel, the Demon of Dread. The tomb of Ariel stands somewhere in the Nightmare Desert. However, it is not a tomb where Ariel was buried. Rather, it is a tomb that he built."
He remained silent for a moment, then continued.
"The 7 of us entered a seed of nightmare that seemed to have originated from the tomb of Ariel. However, instead of being transported into the past of the nightmare desert, we somehow ended up in the middle of a strange and boundless river."
It was not certain that the great river was boundless. Sonny had not tried to reach its seemingly unattainable shores yet, after all. However, it was definitely incredibly vast. He frowned.
"That river seems to be the Great River, which is said to exist outside of time and flow endlessly from the future into the past, whatever that means. The Great River is connected to the Tomb of Ariel somehow, but we don't know how exactly."
After finishing, Sonny lingered for a bit, and then asked,
"Anything you want to add?"
Nephis nodded. "The nightmare we entered is an abnormal one. The vision of the reversed time was interrupted. Additionally, there are supposed to be millions of challengers within it. Apart from that," she glanced at the strange sky of the great river, where dawn coexisted with dusk and day, and the 7 suns bathing the world in light. Then Nephis said, "This place looks like a colossal soul sea." Sonny's eyes glistened.
"Right? That was what I thought as well."
He sighed, and then picked up the dagger forged out of cloudy steel, the falling ash. Weighing it in his hand, Sonny glanced at its complicated weave, and then turned to the runes.
Memory, falling ash.
At the same time, Nephis looked at his own memories for a while, and then tentatively picked up the Mirror of Truth. She glanced at her reflection, shivered, then turned the mirror around and studied the beautiful engravings on its back. Her eyes darted from side to side, most likely reading the runes that described the meeting between Weaver and Ariel. After a few moments, a contemplative expression appeared on Neff's face. "This one is interesting. I think it is important. It can help us understand the nature and purpose of the Tomb of Ariel. However, it doesn't tell us anything about the Great River." She put the Mirror of Truth aside and reached out for the bitter cusp. "This one is connected to the Sin of Solace and the falling ash, I think." Sonny nodded as he read the description of the ashen dagger. The runes read,
Ariel built a beautiful palace of jade for the queen, and there she held her court. A great bridge of stone led to the jade palace, covered in snow and ash. Soon the news of the queen's beauty and wisdom spread across the realms, and many guests came to witness her grace. Not all of them survived the snow, and even fewer survived the ash. Still, more and more came.
He frowned. The description of the Sin of Solace told of a beautiful monster that Ariel had made a queen and gifted with the sinister knowledge of hideous truth. The description of the bitter cusp told the eerie story of a group of guests that came to the Jade Court with ill intentions. And this one told about how Ariel had built the Jade Court and the Jade Palace for the Jade Queen. None of that information was particularly useful for them now, except maybe for the fact that Ariel seemed fond of building things. Sonny glanced at Nephis and showed her the dagger.
"That Jade Palace. Doesn't it sound like Ravenheart?"
Ravenheart, the great citadel of Clan Song, was situated among snowy peaks and raging volcanoes. Snow and ash were always falling there, and more than that, one had to cross an enormous stone bridge to reach it. The description of the Jade Palace was too similar. Neff looked at the falling ash, then her eyes glinted a little. "It does." Sonny was a bit stunned. He had learned some time ago that the citadels of the great clans were left behind by the 7 daemons, and were thus very important to the sovereigns. So were the Ivory Tower, which had once belonged to Hope, and the Hollow Mountains, where Nether's citadel still remained undiscovered. That was why Valor and Song had been racing to conquer the Tomb of Ariel. But if the citadel left behind by Ariel was actually Ravenheart, then which daemon was tied to the Black Pyramid? Who could be more connected to the tomb of Ariel than its builder? Feeling confused, Sonny shook his head and tried to concentrate on the task at hand. Right now, they had to learn about the Grey River the most, because that was where they were stuck. Putting the falling ash back, he picked up the Dark Shaper, which looked like an elegant mallet, with its head made of perfectly black stone. In fact, that black stone looked very familiar. Sonny studied the weave of the black mallet, then glanced at its runes. A few moments later, his eyes widened. The Dark Shaper was a transcendent memory of the fourth tier that Nephis had gained in Antarctica. It was one of the few she had chosen to keep. The rest either went to the Firekeepers or were sold to acquire various equipment and resources. Being the leader of a group of Elite Awakened was not cheap. Even with the support of Clan Valor, Neph had to work hard to provide her followers with the best of everything. Perhaps it was part of the King of Swords testing her competency, or perhaps the Great Clan simply didn't care to spend too much on the survivors of the Forgotten Shore before they proved themselves. In any case, Nephis had decided to keep the Dark Shaper for herself. The reason she had decided to hold on to the stone mallet was both because of its power and because its description mentioned the Demon of Dread. The Dark Shaper looked more like a tool than a weapon. It had a handle of dark polished wood inlaid with dull silver. The hammerhead was fashioned out of perfectly black stone, which looked and felt rather familiar. Sonny was almost certain that it was the same stone that the tomb of Ariel had been built of. The stone mallet's enchantments had to do with sculpting and changing the shape of things. Disturbingly, these things were not limited to stone, metal, and wood. If one wished, they could also shape flesh and bone, sculpting all kinds of nightmarish creations. The sinister, corrupted devil Nephis had killed to receive the Dark Shaper was similarly revolting. It was indeed a memory worthy of being graced with the name of the Demon of Dread in its description. At first, Sonny simply studied the shimmering runes, finding them rather interesting. They read,
Memory, Dark Shaper, Memory Rank, Transcendent, Memory Tier, 4, Memory Type, Tool, Memory Description. When the unholy Titan took a step, everyone cowered in fear. Only Ariel, the Demon of Dread, remained standing. He did not feel fear, for he was fear itself. Taking a step forward, he challenged the unholy Titan, and the two battled under the azure sky. Their battle was fierce. Their battle was fearsome. Their battle was a hint of the doom that would come. The unholy Titan possessed an indestructible stone body and was invulnerable to all harm. As they fought, the land was shattered and the sky split apart. The Demon of Dread received many harrowing wounds, but the terrible Titan remained wholly unscathed. Its stone body became incandescent from the heat, shining brighter than the fiery sun. That was when the Demon of Dread whispered something to his enemy, and then cast the Titan into the depths of the ocean. When the incandescent Titan plunged into the cool water, the ocean turned into searing vapor and was scattered by the winds. The stone flesh of the Titan instantly cooled, causing a tiny crack to appear on its heart. That tiny spot was the only part of the creature that had not been tempered, and was also its only flaw. As Ariel watched coldly, the Titan bellowed in agony. After one heartbeat, cracks appeared on its indestructible body. After 2 heartbeats, blood flowed from its wounds like a river. After 3 heartbeats, its body started to crumble into numerous shards, and on the 7th heartbeat, its heart shattered, turning into dust. That was how the unholy stone Titan was destroyed. Following the end of the battle, the Demon of Dread created a mystical river out of the Titan's blood, and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been, and...
The description ended. It was after he finished reading that Sonny's eyes widened as an unbelievable guess appeared in his mind.
Wait. No way.
The tale of Ariel's battle with an unholy titan was indeed very interesting. Not the least because it seemed as though the Demon of Dread had won due to a single whisper. More than that, it hinted at the answers to several questions that Sonny had been curious about. For example, who or what was the progenitor of the minor shard of the stone titan, Goliath? Or how the Nightmare Desert had come into existence. But these precious pieces of knowledge were not what caused such a reaction from Sonny. What drew his attention was the abrupt end of the description. Didn't it seem incomplete? As if there was another part of it missing. Coincidentally, he knew of another description that seemed like a fragment of a larger whole. Frowning, Sonny summoned his own runes and found the name of the stifled scream. Concentrating on it, he read,
Memory description. A great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. When doom came, many entered to seek shelter from it, and many had come to seek the truth. That was because the great river existed outside time. And so, it was said that a dreadful secret was hidden at its estuary. Few of those capable dared to approach it, and none of those who had returned.
He remained motionless for a few moments, then mentally put the two descriptions together.
Following the end of the battle, the Demon of Dread created a mystical river out of the Titan's blood and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been. A great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past.
His hands trembled. Unable to speak, Sonny turned his head slightly and stared at Nephis. A few moments later, she noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. What? He lingered for a while and then said hesitantly,
That? I'm not really sure, but I think I understand where we are now.
Sonny looked at the narrow strip of the sky above them and added in a hushed voice,
Neph, this might sound crazy, but I think that we are inside the Black Pyramid.
The two of them climbed from the fissure and stood gazing at the seven suns moving across the vast sky. They remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sonny spoke, his voice carrying a sense of wonder and perplexity.
I know that it doesn't make much sense, but it also makes so much sense, you know?
Nephis frowned, her thoughts mirroring his. She had read both descriptions, and although Sonny's theory sounded outlandish, it was also compelling in a bizarre and irrational way. He took a deep breath and continued to unravel his theory.
I mean, listen, we were in the Nightmare Desert and entered the third nightmare through a seed that had been a part of Ariel's tomb once. Logically, the spell would have sent us into the past of the desert, or at least into the past of the Black Pyramid. However, it sent us into the Great River instead. That is an obvious contradiction.
Sonny brushed his hair back and rubbed his eyes, attempting to make sense of the puzzle.
But it all makes sense if the Great River is actually situated inside the pyramid. Sure, no matter how large the pyramid is, it can't be large enough to contain an entire region of the Dream Realm, an entire world even. That is, if we think about it from the perspective of human logic. However, Ariel was not a human. He was a daemon, an actual deity. Beings like that are not bound by mundane logic. If he could create a pyramid that does not draw nearer no matter how long you walk toward it, who says that he couldn't create a pyramid that contains a whole world inside it?
Nephis considered the implications of Sonny's words. Her eyes remained fixed on the vast great river. and the azure serpent lurking beneath its surface, with madness and hunger in its gaze. Struggling to ignore the unsettling presence of the serpent, she sighed and voiced her own insights. Did he create that world too, then? Well, now that I think about it, he might have. Both of us thought that this place looked like a soul sea, right? Maybe it is not a soul sea, but instead was made from one. Ariel built the Black Pyramid out of the flesh of an unholy titan. He created the Great River out of its blood. Then he created a world out of its soul. If so, then those 7 suns were made out of 7 divine soul shards that the Titan had left behind. Nephis paused for a moment and then added, her voice tinged with a sense of awe. If the humans of the Forgotten Shore could create an artificial sun, there's really no reason why Ariel couldn't create 7 better ones. Sunny acknowledged her insights with a nod.
It would also explain why there are no stars in the night sky, and why it's entirely black, because it's not a real sky. Instead, the Black Pyramid is hollow, and what we're looking at is actually the inner side of its walls.
The two of them exchanged glances, growing more convinced that their startling theory was right. Troubled, Nephis looked at the 7 suns again and expressed her concerns. So, Ariel created this place, this tomb, to bury the truths he could not endure, and there is said to be a dreadful secret hidden in its estuary. It is easy to conclude that the truth he buried and the dreadful secret are one and the same. However, isn't it a little bit too elaborate of a feat to create a whole world, hide it within an indestructible pyramid, and remove it from the natural flow of time, all just to hide a secret? Why would he want to go to all that trouble? Sunny listened to her with a somber expression on his face. He remained silent for a bit, then speculated about Ariel's motives.
Maybe it's not that he wanted to, but instead that he had no other choice. The truth is hidden in the estuary of the Great River, and the Great River flows from the future into the past. But what is its estuary actually? What can be the end of a river that flows through time into the past?
Sunny paused, deep in thought, and then arrived at a peculiar conclusion.
The only end such a river can have is the point when time didn't exist yet, isn't it? Where the past terminates. The estuary of the Great River has to be the point where the past disappears into the primordial void, which was everlasting and ever-changing, and existed before the concepts like death and time were even created by the gods. In fact, the estuary has to exist before the gods were born, and therefore outside their control. If Ariel wanted to hide something from even the gods, wouldn't he have had to go to such lengths?
Nephis sighed, then rubbed her face, grappling with the paradoxical nature of these revelations. This is a little bit too strange to think about. A time before time existed? That is a paradox in and of itself, don't you think? Also, the Great River does not only flow from the future into the past, it also does so endlessly. How can an endless river reach a point of termination? Sunny felt a headache coming on, and he grimaced as he looked away.
Well, anyway, regardless of all that, at least we know now that the Sibyls did not literally hide inside the huge pyramid with their people. They actually came to the Great River, which existed outside the natural flow of time, and was thus far removed from the doom that they were escaping. That doom had to be the war between the daemons and the gods, right? That was why they eventually couldn't hear the voices of the gods anymore, because the gods died.
Nephis slowly nodded, prompting Sunny to smile with an air of revelation.
You do understand what it means, don't you?
She looked at him with a hint of curiosity. What exactly are you talking about? He grinned with a sense of anticipation.
It means that there are tons of locals here on the Great River. We just haven't found them yet, but when we do, we'll be able to learn all kinds of information from them, including what the central conflict of this nightmare is and how to conquer it.
She tilted her head a little, intrigued by his optimism. Right. There have to be plenty of humans here, according to the descriptions of the memories. It's just that they had entered the Great River much, much earlier than we did. So, they are probably somewhere further downstream, further into the past. Without having to say anything, both of them turned to look north in the direction where the waters of the Great River were flowing. The view was rather beautiful, except for the terrifying silhouette of the ancient serpent, which had raised its neck from the water and was devouring them with its eyes. Nephis lingered for a while and then said in a low voice, a tinge of worry in her tone, "But Sonny, what if the goal of this nightmare is to reach the estuary? What are we going to do then?" He shivered, startled by her question. The idea of reaching the end of the Great River was both daunting and overwhelming. Surely a third nightmare would not have such an insane goal. That was not a task for a mere ascended. There had to be something else, something more attainable, something they could accomplish. He just didn't know what it was. Sonny let out a stifled sigh.
Let's hope that it's not. And if it is, well, I guess we'll have to do our best.
The Sin of Solace smirked as he looked at the water. The mysteries of the Great River and the Tomb of Ariel unfolding before them as they journeyed deeper into the enigmatic third nightmare.
So, this is it then.
The Tomb of Ariel had been built from the remains of the stone titan, while the great river created from its blood was contained within it, illuminated by the 7 suns made from its broken soul cores. The secret hidden at the estuary was the truth that Ariel had wished to forget. The Nightmare Desert was the result of the battle between him and the unholy creature. Looking at the blue sky above them, Sonny couldn't help but wonder,
so, the daemons were capable of creating artificial worlds.
Then, a sudden thought made him shiver. What is the difference between a real world and an artificial one, though? Was there even a difference? If there was not, had the rest of the worlds been created by someone as well? The daemons? The gods? The unknown? He sighed, then shook his head.
Do I really have time to ponder the cosmic origins of the world?
Right now, they had more practical questions to answer. Many of the mysteries of the third nightmare had been revealed to them, but many more remained. At least they now knew where they were and what their next step had to be. Travel downstream, find the Sibyls, and learn how to conquer this seed.
Well, that is easier said than done, though.
Sonny stared at the waters of the great river and saw the sharp blades of the azure serpent's dorsal fin break its surface as the great abomination hungrily circled the corpse of the titanic turtle. A dark expression appeared on his face. After a bit of silence, he said,
Neph, do you think we can kill this thing?
She smiled faintly. Sonny had expected to hear some kind of a crazy answer like always, but she unexpectedly gave him a sober one instead. It is not impossible. This beast is 2 whole ranks above us, which would usually mean that there is no hope. But then again, we did eventually kill a few fallen abominations as sleepers, back on the Forgotten Shore. Nephis grew silent for a moment, and then added somberly, However, the gap between ranks grows much wider the higher those ranks are. The difference between a corrupted creature and a fallen one is much greater than the difference between a fallen creature and an awakened one. while the gap between a great abomination and a corrupted one is even greater still. Worse yet, this great beast is in its natural element in the water, while we are not. My aspect will also be weakened there, in the depths. Glaring at the serpent intensely, Sunny nodded slowly. Everything she said was reasonable.
I bet I can still kill it, though.
Hearing his unexpected words, Nephis chuckled. But Sunny was serious. He was not particularly confident, but he also did not think that their chances were close to zero. Both of them were strong, and they were even stronger together. There were his shadows and the powerful memories they possessed. Most importantly, the Azure Serpent was a mere beast. No matter how harrowing its power was, it lacked intelligence. While Sunny was full of all kinds of devious schemes, with Nephis trailing not far behind. The odds were perilous, but not impossible indeed. Neph sighed. Maybe, but maybe we won't need to gamble with our lives. There might not be a need to fight it at all. He lingered for a while, then nodded. She was right. Their current goal was to travel downstream, far into the past, and find those humans who had escaped the war between the gods and the daemons by entering the tomb of Ariel. The corpse of the great monster they were using as shelter, meanwhile, was being slowly dragged in that same direction by the current. The titanic carcass of the black turtle was like a ship that could very well take them all the way to their destination. Since that was the case, there was no reason to battle the Azure Serpent or anything at all. Of course, things could change for the worse at any moment. The future was unclear, and there was no way to tell what would happen.
No, wait. Since we are moving downstream, wouldn't it be the past that is unclear? My head hurts.
Sunny thought to himself, before sighing and then glancing at Nephis.
What do we do then? What is our next move?
She looked up. The 7 suns were already starting to drown in the radiant waters of the great river, and the dawn of the eastern horizon was slowly fading into the pitch blackness of the night. Nephis lowered her gaze. It's late. We should probably rest and take another look at the situation in the morning, with fresh eyes. I don't know about you, but I am thoroughly exhausted. I haven't slept in a long while, and the battle between the turtle and the snake took a lot out of me. Sunny smiled crookedly. He was tired too. He had not done anything in the last couple of days except drift through the sky, but as it turned out, doing nothing was very exhausting, especially when one was suspended between the surface of a mystical river and the sky, having to keep an eye on both lest some terrible creature swallow them whole in one bite.
Yeah, I'm tired too.
Sometime later, the two of them were hidden from the wind and the piercing gaze of the ancient serpent in the familiar fissure on the shell of the dead behemoth. There was a small fire burning between them, casting shadows on the black rock. The shadows were dancing. There were not a lot of things on the dark island that could be used as fuel, but Sunny had a few bricks of compressed synthetic firewood stored in the covetous coffer. Once again, his loyal alloy chest had come in handy. Sadly, it was already almost empty. Nephis made a dish from some of Sunny's last provisions, and the two of them enjoyed a late supper as the world was slowly consumed by darkness. The soft glow of the water was not visible from inside the fissure, and it seemed as though nothing at all existed outside the small circle illuminated by the fire anymore. There were no stars in the black sky, and so Sunny couldn't help but remember a similar night from many years ago when Nephis and he had first met on the forgotten shore and shared a conversation in the dark. Gods, almost 4 years had passed since then, hadn't they? A small smile appeared on his face.
Hey, do you remember how you told me about the adventures of Odysseus?
Nephis looked up from her food and hesitated for a moment. A distant expression appeared on her beautiful face. Sure, Why? Sonny shook his head and shoved a spoonful of the fragrant, thick soup into his mouth.
No, nothing. That Odysseus guy, I don't think he had gone through half the crap we had to go through, though.
A faint smile appeared on Neff's face. She stared into the fire for a while, then leaned her back against the weathered black rock with a shrug. Who can tell? There are a lot of stories about the trials and tribulations he had to endure. Bathed in the warmth of the fire, and with his belly pleasantly full, Sonny felt his body and mind relax. Throwing a curious glance at her, he asked,
"What is your favorite story about that guy, then?"
Neffis remained silent for a while, with a look of contemplation on her face, which was cast in shadows, with only its vague silhouette visible in the darkness, and the dancing white sparks that shone in the depths of her eyes. Eventually, she said, "Maybe it's not a favorite, but I often think about one of them in particular." Sonny raised an eyebrow.
"Which one?"
Neff sighed quietly before answering. Odysseus was a great hero of Hellas, but he was not the greatest one. The greatest and most powerful hero was named Heracles, who was a demigod and a slayer of monsters. Heracles possessed incredible strength and performed many incredible feats. After he died, the gods took his soul to the heavenly realm, where he became an immortal god himself. She grew quiet for a moment. However, Odysseus once descended into the underworld, where he saw the shadows of the dead. Among them was the forlorn shadow of Heracles. So, when I was a child, I always wondered how Heracles could both be a god and a lost shadow in the land of the dead. Neffis shifted slightly and moved her hand, causing the fire to suddenly burn brighter. I asked my grandmother, and she explained that one part of Heracles was divine, while another part of him was human. It was the divine part of Heracles that ascended to godhood, while the human part was cast down into the underworld, doomed to wander its dark halls forever. Her voice was a little wistful. Sonny frowned and gave her a dark look.
"That's a little messed up."
Neff smiled. Right? I also always thought that it was very unfair for the gods to simply discard the human part of Heracles. Hypocritical, even. She lingered for a few moments and shrugged. Of course, when I grew older, I realized that it was really just two different versions of the myth colliding with each other. The stories of Odysseus are older, and so Heracles, despite being the greatest of heroes, had a tragic death in those ancient myths. The version of his own stories that we know are newer, and the original ending was changed to a happier one at some point. With the added lesson, be a valiant hero, and you shall be rewarded. Something like that. When she finished talking, Sonny suddenly chuckled. His eye glinted in the dark.
"So, little Neff thought that the gods were hypocrites, huh? I see now it turns out your disdain for the figures of authority goes very far back."
A corner of her mouth twisted up. I guess it does.
"No wonder she is dead set on killing the sovereigns and destroying the spell. This hopeless lunatic was like that from the very start."
Sonny hesitated for a while, then asked,
"Don't you think that it is a little hypocritical too, though? You are a great figure of authority yourself now, after all. Lady Changing Star of the Immortal Flame, the torchbearer of humanity, and the idol of millions of people, both mundane and awakened. Seems like a contradiction."
Neffis looked at him across the fire with a neutral expression. The sparks of white light in her eyes danced as she answered, "Humans are contradictory creatures. They can wage genocidal wars in the name of pacifist religions, tell truths to deceive each other. They can even love and hate something or someone. at the same time. Looking away, she shrugged and smiled. I was a very reasonable child, and I often tried to understand people through reason. To no success whatsoever, of course. It was only after I learned that people are inherently unreasonable that I started to understand them a little. Oh, I am a person too. It's no surprise that I am a bit contradictory as well. Sonny stared at her silently. After a while, he scoffed.
Really? Because let me tell you, I was a very unreasonable child.
Nefis looked at him in surprise. Seriously? He nodded energetically.
Oh yes, one might even say that I was a bit dumb. Trying to understand things through reason? Couldn't be me. I just learned things through trial and error.
Sonny paused for a moment and then added somberly,
Well, mostly error.
Nefis tilted her head a little and then suddenly smiled. To be honest, I can't really imagine you as a child. I just always imagine you as you. What were you like? He scratched the back of his head with a bit of embarrassment.
Well, if I remember correctly, I was very gentle and kind, to a fault even. Do you know how kids would sometimes pull the wings off of annoying insects? I would never. In fact, I would cry for a day straight if I accidentally killed a spider or a fly.
His face slowly turned grim.
Oh well, that didn't last long though. So I was mostly a weird and wicked child, I guess. Still, it was better than being soft and naive.
Then Sonny looked at Nefis in confusion.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
She blinked a couple of times. Pulling the wings off insects. What? Is that really a thing children do? He coughed.
Right. I forgot that Neff grew up incredibly sheltered because of all the assassination attempts. Had she even met someone her age before coming to the academy?
He thought to himself. Sonny awkwardly looked away.
Oh, maybe it's just a boy thing. Or an outskirts thing? I don't know. Really not everyone does it. But some kids do. Well, I have no idea.
Neff remained silent for a while, then said thoughtfully, Maybe they are playing awakened and pretending to slay nightmare creatures. Yes, that makes sense. Still, it's a bit cruel. The conversation had taken a strange turn, and Sonny was feeling a little uncomfortable. The fire was dying down too. He cleared his throat.
Well, anyway, I think it's time we went to bed. I mean, we don't have a bed. I mean, beds. So, it's time we go to sleeping bags? Damn it. What I'm trying to say is that you should sleep first. I'll take the first watch and wake you up later. All right?
Neff watched him fumble his words with a strange expression, and then nodded silently.
What the hell was that? What was I even saying?
Soon, the fire died, and Sonny was left alone. Neff was asleep, and he could hear the soft sound of her breathing not too far away. After hesitating for a bit, Sonny summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her sleep. At that moment, the Sin of Solace suddenly said,
Wow, Sonny, you really have a way with words, huh? A real charmer. I wouldn't say that torturing insects is a very romantic topic of conversation, but other than that...
Sonny ground his teeth, refusing to look at the pale apparition. He knew exactly what the bastard looked like anyway.
Shut up.
With Nightmare guarding Sonny's dreams, his sleep was deep and peaceful. His awakening, however, was not.
What?
Sonny woke from feeling the world tilt and then quake with a violent shudder. He was thrown sideways and collided with the slope of the fissure, feeling the sharp rocks cutting into his skin. Groggy and disoriented, he tried to stand up, but got tangled in the sleeping bag instead.
Damn it!
The sleeping bag disintegrated as he tore through it, already summoning the Sin of Solace and the Moonlight Shard. The world lurched once again, and the deafening roar of water reached his ear.
What is going on?
Assessing his surroundings through shadow sense, Sonny did not notice immediate danger. He did, however, notice Nephis. She had climbed out of the fissure and was now standing on its edge, her white tunic and silver hair fluttering in the wind. Sonny could not see her face, but judging by the lack of weapons in her hands, the situation was not critical. He let out a relieved sigh, then glanced at the destroyed sleeping bag with regret. Just a moment later, the dark island shuddered again, and a strange tremor ran through the black turtle's stone shell. At that moment, an obnoxious voice resounded from his left.
Good morning, rise and shine.
Throwing a contemptuous glance at the spirit of the Sin of Solace, Sonny grimaced and pushed himself off the ground. Soaring high into the air, he kicked the slope of the fissure and propelled himself even higher, landing noiselessly near Nephis a moment later. The seven suns were already rising, and the world was suffused with the golden radiance of dawn.
What is happening?
Instead of answering, she pointed her finger at a particular spot off the edge of the island. There, the water was turbulent and foamy, rising in violent waves. The river had washed away most of the blood during the night, but now it was painted red once again. In fact, the red color was more vivid and intense than ever. Sonny frowned. The next moment, something large and swift moved beneath the surface of the red water, and the carcass of the black turtle quaked again. As more blood poured into the great river, there was a strange sound. Soon the azure serpent's giant head rose from the turbulent water and stared at them with its vicious, cloudy eyes. Streams of red were flowing from its impenetrable scales. This time, however, there was something different about the great beast. Clenched tightly in its harrowing jaws was a huge chunk of red, bleeding meat. Still staring at them with malice, the creature moved its jaw and started chewing it. Needless to say, the sight was more than a little disturbing. Standing by Sonny's side, Nephis said, "It's eating the turtle." He glanced at her with a strange expression.
Yeah, I've noticed.
With that, both of them fell silent as they watched the serpent, who was watching them while devouring the meat of the slain giant monster. Yesterday, Sonny had struggled with chewing through the tough meat of the black turtle, but it was almost melting in the abomination's enormous maw. The jade fangs were painted red as they effortlessly sliced through the bleeding chunk, which was diminishing at an alarming rate. He couldn't help but shudder when imagining what these fangs would do to his own flesh. No armor memory he possessed, and no attribute augmenting his body stood a chance of resisting the fangs of the great beast even for a split second. If those jaws closed on Sonny, he would be obliterated in an instant. Sonny stared at the feasting serpent. Then, suddenly, a long sigh escaped from his lips.
You know what? I'm really damn tired of this.
Nephis looked at him with a silent question. Tired of what? Sonny vaguely pointed with his hand.
It's just, nothing ever goes as it is supposed to, does it? I remember surrendering myself to the cops when I became infected. They told me this and that about how the process of awakening is supposed to happen. And I swear to the dead gods, not a single thing they told me to expect ended up coming true.
A darkly exasperated expression appeared on his face.
My first nightmare, an awakened tyrant appears. The solstice, there's a fallen terror blocking the only way out. The second nightmare, here are a couple of immortal saints I need to kill. Oh, and they are completely out of their minds. Really, I went through so many absolutely unreasonable things as an aspirant, sleeper, and awakened.
Sonny rolled his eyes.
I am a master now, and instead of fighting fallen nightmare creatures like masters are supposed to do, there's this great beast staring down at me. Let's not even mention all the corrupted abominations I've already killed. Is this what they call suffering from success? If so, I really don't want to be such an overachiever anymore. Can't something normal happen for once?
Listening to him, Nephis tilted her head a little. She remained silent for a bit, and then said, "You're right. You really had to overcome completely unreasonable things as an aspirant, sleeper, awakened, and master." Then a hint of a smile appeared on her lips, and sparks of white light ignited in her eyes. "But Sonny, considering all that, have you thought about what kind of things you'll have to face as a saint?" Sonny's already pale face suddenly became even whiter. A hint of horror appeared in his eyes.
Oh, gods.
He shivered.
You evil. No, I don't want to even think about it.
Smiling, Nephis looked away and concentrated on the azure serpent once again. After a few moments of silence, she said, "Maybe you should consider this as training then. In any case, what do you think we should do now?" Sonny threw a gloomy glance her way and shrugged.
I'm not sure. The turtle is huge, so even this old snake won't be able to hollow its shell out quickly. I don't think it can overturn the carcass or break through the carapace at this point, but I'm not sure. We should be ready for anything, I guess.
Nephis lingered for a while, and then nodded. "I agree. Let's wait and see then." The enormous carcass of the great monster shuddered once again. They stood side by side and watched silently as the water was slowly saturated with crimson blood. At first, Sonny and Nephis were tense and fully focused, observing the feasting serpent with grim apprehension and a bit of dread. But then, slowly, it got a little boring. Even though very few people had ever gotten a chance to see a great beast devour a great monster, or maybe none at all. As it turned out, even such a macabre and awesome spectacle could grow old really fast. The black turtle was just too enormous. Even though the azure serpent was gigantic itself, it still couldn't devour a significant portion of its carcass in a short amount of time, no matter how hard it tried. It would probably take the creature days or even weeks to put a dent in the floating corpse of the titanic monster. Eventually, Sonny and Nephis found themselves sitting side by side on the green moss, looking silently at the great river. The two of them made for a striking contrast. Sonny was wearing a tunic of black silk embroidered with silver thread, his hair black as a raven's wing. Nephis was wearing a tunic too, hers perfectly white and decorated with red accents. Her long silver hair was moving slightly in the wind. One's eyes were like two pools of unfathomable darkness. The others were gray, calm, and hid within them a boundless, immolating heat. Both would have seemed too flawless and beautiful to a mundane human, with perfectly smooth alabaster skin and faces that seemed to have been chiseled from precious stone by a divine sculptor. Surrounded by the vast expanse of a mystical river, and sitting calmly atop the shell of a great monster, wearing no armor and holding no weapons in their hands, they looked like two transient deities that had descended from the heavenly realm to rest on the soft moss and enjoy the breathtaking beauty of this strange world. Of course, Sonny had none of these thoughts. Instead, he had an entirely different view of the current situation. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to being in the company of armor-clad awakened, heavily armed soldiers, and military vehicles. Looking at the slender silhouette of Nephis's body, outlined by the light fabric of her tunic, and the weightless silk of his own graceless dusk, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of incongruity. They were currently in the most dire predicament of their habitually dire lives, and yet...
What the hell? We look like we're enjoying a luxury cruise.
Of course, leisure cruises and getaways on tropical islands had not been a thing since before the dark times. Sunny just found the idea amusing after randomly learning about that ancient tradition from Rain, and was reminded of that conversation right now. He knew that being surrounded by great abominations was not exactly one's idea of a relaxing vacation. However, the corpse of the black turtle was technically floating, so it was like a ship. At the same time, it was large enough to be an island. The food was delicious. The view was to die for. The company was very nice, too. If not for the bloodied snout of the azure serpent rising above the water from time to time, he would have actually been quite content.
Huh?
Sensing his strange mood, Nephis looked at him and raised an eyebrow. You have that funny look in your eyes. Sunny coughed.
I was just thinking that this entire situation is weirdly peaceful. We are on top of a dead great monster, and there is a great beast slowly devouring that monster as it waits for a chance to munch on our souls. And yet there's nothing to do.
He scratched his head.
Let me tell you, the start of my second nightmare was nowhere near as relaxing. Plus, this black turtle, it's kind of like a ship, isn't it? So we're relaxing on a ship. I just think it's funny.
Nephis blinked a couple of times, then stared at the black expanse of the black turtle's shell. After a short pause, she said awkwardly, Oh, you would know better. I actually was never on a real ship. Sunny tilted his head a little.
Oh, that's right. She was brought to Antarctica by Whispering Blade. She never sailed across the ocean on an alloy battleship. Only flew through the sky aboard the Chainbreaker.
He chuckled.
Well, it's not that special. Mostly you just stay inside and pray that the ship doesn't start splitting around you, or that something from the outside doesn't come inside to pay you a visit. Either way, both of those things happened to me, so no matter how strange it feels to say, this feels much nicer.
Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then looked away. Her voice was even when she said, This is much nicer than the start of my second nightmare, too, because I'm not alone. Sunny looked at her carefully. A strange thought surfaced in his mind.
Was she going to say something else?
He suddenly felt tense again. A lot of very complicated emotions that Sunny had done his best to avoid for a long, long time reared their heads in his heart. Luckily, or unfortunately, the azure serpent chose that exact moment to let out a frenzied roar and dive back into the water, sending a huge fountain of it flying into the sky. It seemed that the old snake had been satiated. For now, full of renewed vigor, the serpent started circling the black turtle once again, raising its head from time to time to stare at them with deranged eyes. Sunny sighed.
This snake just never gives up, does it?
Nephis silently nodded and then stood up. Illuminated by the light of the seven suns and outlined against the blue sky, her lithe figure was like a painting. But it really can't overturn the carcass or break the shell. We don't need to keep watching it for now. Sunny raised an eyebrow.
So then, what should we do?
She thought for a while, then glanced at the soft carpet of green moss and the mysterious landscape of the dark island. Eventually, Nephis shrugged. Whatever we want. After resting for a while, Sunny and Nephis separated. She went off to study the memories Sir Galid had transferred to her. There had not been a lot of time to get a proper feel for them in the Nightmare Desert. Sunny, meanwhile, remained sitting on the soft moss with a contemplative expression.
What to do?
First, he closed his eyes and sent the 5 shadows to investigate the dark island. It was somewhere between 1 and 2 kilometers across, so there was not a lot of ground to cover. However, the terrain of the giant shell of black rock was weathered and uneven. There were plenty of cracks and fissures, some of them large and easy to notice, others hidden from view. Some were entirely filled with water. The exploration did not take too long. His shadows did not find anything really interesting either. There was the weathered rock, the vibrant patches of green moss, and the remains of the creature's battle armor, its silver now tarnished and bleak. Other than that, the dark island was desolate and barren. What made a deep impression on Sonny, though, were the fissures themselves. At first, he had assumed that they were just natural features of the great monster's stone shell, but after some time, with a shiver, he realized that they were not. Instead, each of the deep grooves was a scar left on the titanic shell of the ancient creature by unknown enemies. None managed to penetrate it, and some were rather shallow. However, some were dark and frighteningly deep. Considering that even the azure serpent was not able to crack the black turtle's carapace, Sonny dreaded to imagine what kind of creatures had left those claw marks on its back. He looked at the gleaming expanse of the great river with gloom. Suddenly, the enchanting beauty of its dreamlike world seemed like a facade that hid unspeakable horrors behind its alluring veil. Of course, Sonny had known that already, but in that moment, he felt it stronger than ever before.
Beautiful things are the most dangerous.
Glancing in the direction where Nephis had left, he sighed and stretched his legs. The shadows returned, and then 3 figures rose from them. Onyx Saint, Nightmare, and Ravenous Fiend. He silently studied them for a while, thinking. Saint was stoic and indifferent as always. If he did not know that she was alive, he would have assumed that the graceful and towering figure in front of him was a beautiful statue. Nightmare was staring at the azure serpent, which was circling the island, with dark and malevolent fury burning in its crimson eyes. Imp seemed a little uncomfortable under Sonny's gaze, shifting from foot to foot nervously. Nightmare was the weakest of the 3, but also offered the most utility to Sonny. He didn't necessarily need to use the Tenebrous Stallion as a battle companion. That said, his steed was very close to unlocking the Terror ability and finally realizing its full potential. The next rank was also not far away. Once Nightmare came into his power as a Terror and ascended, his power would take a great leap. Sonny had little means of speeding up that process at the moment, though. It was going to happen when it happened, probably before too long. Saint, meanwhile, was already incredibly powerful. She was so powerful, in fact, that Sonny had no means of pushing her to greater power anymore. To make the Graceful Stone Knight achieve the supreme rank, he would need 300 transcended memories of the first tier, or 600 ascended ones, or 1,200 awakened ones. Needless to say, these numbers were unattainable at the moment. He didn't even want to count the potential number of dormant memories she would need to rank up. Reaching a higher class, meanwhile, required luck, and stumbling on a uniquely suitable enemy. It was outside his control. Saint had already classed up twice, but the rest of his shadows, excluding the aberrant Soul Serpent, had yet to do it even once. That went to show how rare such opportunities were. There was one thing Sonny could do right now. Glancing at Saint, he sent Morgan's warbow and the stifled scream her way. The bow was self-explanatory. He was planning to make Saint the sentry for as long as they remained on the dark island. The stifled scream, however, was more tricky. That charm of his had an enchantment called Echoing Silence. Its description read, "When wearing this charm, the physical power of its master is augmented, but only as long as they remain silent. The longer their silence lasts uninterrupted, the greater the boon of power they'll receive." This was a powerful enchantment indeed, and one perfectly suited for the taciturn shadow. However, he had never managed to get a lot out of it because there had never been an opportunity to keep Saint summoned for weeks on end. Right now, however, there was an interesting idea in Sonny's head.
The physical augmentation of the stifled scream grows stronger the longer one stays silent, so it functions in relation to time.
Weren't they flowing through time, though? He wondered. Sonny did not know how exactly the distance traveled on the Great River corresponded to time, but he assumed that it was not a small amount. Were they moving one day into the past each day? 1 month? 1 year? If so, then the augmentation of the stifled scream could potentially reach its theoretical limit in no time. That was an outlandish theory, but it was worth checking out at least. Satisfied, Sonny turned to Imp. On paper, the scrawny goblin was on the same level of power as Saint. He was a transcendent devil as well, but in reality, there was an insurmountable gap between them. Imp was just an adolescent as far as shadows went, after all. He was still on the weaker side, inexperienced and untrained. His core physical attribute, the lesser steel body, had just recently evolved to the greater steel body. Sonny had thought that it would be extremely hard to locate large quantities of metal of higher quality than the body of Sun Prince. But, as it turned out, he was wrong. They were currently on top of the Black Turtle's titanic corpse, and that corpse was encased in the remains of similarly titanic battle armor. Surely, the armor deserving of a great monster would be made of some truly incredible stuff. Looking at the nervous Imp, Sonny grinned and pointed to the nearest jagged chunk of tarnished silver.
Go, buddy. Gorge yourself. Bon appetit.
The scrawny goblin tentatively turned to look in the direction he was pointing. A few moments later, its eyes dramatically widened.
I bet it's going to be a bit tough to chew, but...
Before Sonny could finish speaking, Imp was already dashing toward the band of ancient silver with a maddened expression. He chuckled.
I guess it smells delicious.
With Saint standing guard, Nightmare keeping her company, and Imp happily munching on the tarnished silver of the great monster's battle armor, Sonny was once again left with nothing much to do. The 7 suns were shining in the 3-colored sky. The clear waters of the great river were flowing as they sparkled in the sunlight. The azure serpent was hungrily circling the dark island, ramming it from time to make its wrathful madness known. The Sin of Solace was brooding silently. A gentle breeze was playing with Sonny's hair. With a sigh, he swept it back and rose, planning to go find Nephis.
This is too weird.
He had expected many situations to arise at the start of the 3rd nightmare, but one thing he had not expected was being left with nothing urgent to do. Walking across the weathered surface of the black rock, Sonny went around a torn band of dull silver, traversed a few patches of moss, and finally laid his eye on Nephis. She was training. Holding an unfamiliar longsword, Nephis was practicing a complicated chain of moves, her silver hair dancing in the air. There were beads of sweat on her face, and the hem of the airy tunic was flaring, revealing smooth porcelain skin. Her movements were limber and flowing, gracefully cascading into each other. The sight of it was beautiful. Neph's swordsmanship was beautiful, and she was beautiful too, illuminated by the dreamlike radiance of the 7 suns and dancing with a silvery sword on a carpet of green moss. With her white tunic and alabaster skin, she was like a fairy. Sonny found himself standing motionlessly in the shadow of a rock outcropping, watching. He had been planning to call out to Nephis, but now, forgetting about it, he silently remained where he was. Some time passed. Sonny wasn't sure how much exactly. The island trembled once more. Eventually, he shifted slightly, as though escaping a reverie, and took a step forward to escape the shadows.
Hey!
Nephis stopped and leaned on her sword, breathing heavily. Her chest was rising and falling. Her face was slightly flushed. Walking over, Sonny summoned the Endless Spring and offered it to her with a friendly smile. Accepting the beautiful glass bottle, she sat down and wiped the sweat off her face, then threw her head back and drank greedily. Sunny glanced at her slender neck and the beads of sweat glistening above the collar of her tunic, which was slightly damp and sticking a little to her body. Then he looked away. "Thank you." After drinking her fill, Nephis returned the endless spring to Sunny. He hesitated for a moment, then drank some of the cool, refreshing water himself and sat down near her. He had completely forgotten what he was going to say. After a moment or two of peaceful silence, Sunny finally remembered.
"I've been thinking. Currently the most powerful combatant among us is the Onyx Saint, my shadow. You must know that she is a transcendent devil now. Should something happen, she would be our best bet against the old snake. We should try augmenting her with both of our aspects and test just how strong she would become."
They already knew that Nephis was able to share her flames with his shadows, but the last time they had attempted it was a lifetime ago, in the basement of his home in NQSC. Saint had been a mere ascended demon back then, while Sunny had been an early-stage devil. Now, she was a transcendent devil, and he was a tyrant, and Nephis was a terror. She had absorbed a great number of soul shards during the Battle of the Black Skull, and gained the last few in the Nightmare Desert. The situation back then had been too desperate and frenetic to think about it, and honestly, Sunny didn't really care about competing with her anymore. All their powers had risen, perhaps with the help of shadows and soul flame. Saint would be able to scratch against the level of strength of a supreme creature. Of course, there was a big problem. As a being whose flesh was akin to stone, she could not swim, and would immediately sink if pushed into the great river. Still, it was worth testing. Nephis nodded. "Yes, that sounds like a good idea." She leaned back a little and closed her eyes, enjoying the cool caress of the breeze with a faint smile. Sunny watched her silently for a few moments. Eventually, Sunny said,
"Your swordsmanship has changed."
Neff's favored style was always flowing and unpredictable, but now it had assumed a strange, almost mystical quality. Sunny had been a complete novice when they first met. His skill now was incomparable with that of 4 years ago. He had grown with an explosive, truly astonishing speed, but Nephis had grown too. Perhaps her progress was not quite as stunningly rapid. She did not have the benefit of having an aspect legacy to fuel it, after all. But compared to even the most talented humans, it was still tremendously swift. Sunny and Nephis had sparred a lot after she returned from the second nightmare, but she had been held back by her nascent essence control back then. Now, she had fully come into her power as a master, and was able to push her skill to entirely new limits, maybe even past them. Opening her eyes, Nephis smiled. "I guess it did." Then she leaned forward and looked into the distance with a contemplative expression. "For me, my understanding of swordsmanship went through a transformation after the ascension." Sunny raised an eyebrow.
"Sounds serious."
She nodded with a distant look. "Yes. It was because of learning to control my essence. Awakened possess a rudimentary form of essence control. They broadly enhance their entire bodies with essence, sometimes narrowing the scope down to a particular limb. After learning to do it as easily as breathing, they can become masters and naturally transition to a much more targeted, intricate, and efficient manner of using essence." Her eyes glinted. "But I've never been an awakened. I went straight to being a master, so learning to control essence was very hard for me. I had to be conscious of every muscle in my body, every tendon and every bone. It was like learning to walk again." A corner of Sunny's mouth twitched as he suppressed a smile. He vividly remembered helping her pass these exact obstacles. Nephis, meanwhile, continued. So I had to go back to basics. Which groups of muscles do I need to enhance to perform the cut in the most efficient and effective way? My hand, my shoulder, my back, my core, my thighs, my calves. Everything had to work in harmony to produce the best result. It took a while to become proficient enough in controlling essence to do it right without thinking. And in the process, I became much more aware of my body. I also got submerged in studying the basics on a much deeper level than before, going deeper and deeper. Sunny looked at her with curiosity.
How deep are we talking about?
She smiled, lingered for a moment, and then said, "Force equals mass times acceleration." He blinked.
What? What?
Sunny had not expected to hear a physics formula, and he also knew that this was a physics formula because teacher Julius had once thrown a tantrum about his lack of education and forced him to read a bunch of children's school books. Nephis smiled. That is the basis of swordsmanship, or spearsmanship, or any other kind of weapon skill. Fundamentally, it's all about delivering force. The amount of force is dependent on mass and acceleration. Your body is the source of that force, and your weapon is a force multiplier. It concentrates it into a narrow tip, thus making it easier to deliver lethal damage. She pointed to the sharp tip of her sword. Of course, there are more nuances to that. For example, speed does not exist in a vacuum. It is relative to the enemy. Your body also has to borrow from the ground you are standing on. There is balance, centers of gravity, reaction speed. As for the sword itself, there is flexibility, material composition, center of percussion, and so on. There is also soul essence, memory enchantments, attributes, and aspect abilities to consider. Sunny was looking at her incredulously, which caused Nephis to shrug in embarrassment. Well, anyway, I've been studying the fundamentals, physics, anatomy, spell studies, and a bit of other stuff. A lot since returning from the second nightmare, and slowly incorporating these insights into my swordsmanship. Something like that. He tilted his head, a bit dumbfounded.
That can't be right. How have we gone from the essence of combat is murder to force equals acceleration?
So, Nephis had been studying science to shore up her fundamentals and evolve her swordsmanship. That sounded very strange, but the result was apparent. She had clearly improved by leaps and bounds since her ascension. Sunny shook his head in disbelief, and then threw a pointed look at her. His voice was incredulous.
Care for a spar?
With a faint smile on her face, Nephis nodded and raised her sword, pointing it at him in invitation. Sunny summoned the Sin of Solace and took a stance opposite her. From the Forgotten Shore to the basement of his home in the peaceful Terrace district, they had trained with each other numerous times. This simple sequence of actions was as natural for them as breathing. However, today, there was an awkward pause. Sunny scratched the back of his head and glanced at the Jade Jian.
That isn't going to work, is it?
Nephis seemed to have come to a similar conclusion, looking at him sheepishly.
No. What the hell? Since when does she know how to emote? This is just too cute.
He coughed. The problem facing them was that both had grown too powerful, and subsequently, the weapons they used were too powerful too. The Sin of Solace was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, and quite a harrowing one at that. Sunny was not entirely sure what the level of Neff's longsword was, but it had to be quite a menacing weapon as well, considering that it had come from the soul arsenal of a saint. It would be already bad enough if the Sin of Solace damaged or destroyed it, but what if Sunny was not careful enough and scratched Nephis in the process? The curse of madness carried by the Jade Blade would either crush her mental defenses, or at least put debilitating pressure on her mind for a period of time. Standing some distance away, The spirit of the Jan smiled.
No, don't worry. I'll be gentle.
However, that smile of his was more than a little bit sinister. Sunny frowned, then dismissed the jade sword and got lost in thought for a few moments. Eventually, a smile of delight appeared on his lips.
Let's do this.
The shadows around them suddenly moved and flowed toward him, then slowly formed into two inky black swords. One of them was a fearsome Odachi, while the other was an elegant longsword. The Odachi was easy to create. This was one of the shapes Sunny had practiced relentlessly after all. The longsword was a little bit tricky, since he had never created one before. Nevertheless, he was familiar with it as well, and so managed to produce a passable one with some effort. One would think that manifesting shadows into a weapon would be easier than shaping them into articulated hands, since weapons were static by nature. However, in reality, shaping a sword was just as complex of a task. A good sword had to possess certain characteristics to feel right in the hand: weight, balance, flexibility, and rigidity. Center of percussion that Neff had recently mentioned, and so on. It was especially daunting with something like the Odachi, which possessed a flexible edge and a rigid spine. To improve in that regard, Sunny had even studied a bit of blacksmithing on the network. Back then, Clan Valor had been preventing him from visiting the Dream Realm, so he had a lot of free time. There were many levels to shadow manifestation, and shaping was only the most basic of them. Sunny could also affect the material composition of the manifested shadows, although that demanded a higher essence expenditure. He could manipulate the density of the shadows, for example. He could make them feel like steel or porous limestone. With some effort, he could even make them slippery or adhesive. In the past, all these internal transformations had been very difficult to achieve, but after inventing Shadow Incarnation, Sunny made a breakthrough in his mastery of shadow manifestation as well. Now it was much easier. When Nephis dismissed her longsword and curiously took the shadow weapon from his hand, he secretly held his breath. She weighed the black longsword, then swung it a few times to test how it felt. Then she nodded in satisfaction. That works. Sunny suppressed a proud smile and raised his Odachi.
Let's begin then.
That feeling he missed. The Sin of Solace was a piece of art in the form of a Jan, but Sunny's heart still lay with blades like this one. Maybe because it was what he had learned swordsmanship with, wielding Midnight Shard on the Forgotten Shore. Not to mention all the fun times he had as Mongrel in the Dreamscape. Raising the Odachi slightly, Sunny pushed himself forward and attacked. It was as though two spirits were dancing under the bright light of the radiant suns. The two of them were instantly entangled in a breathtaking dance of singing steel. Their swift figures blurred, and soon, nothing but a dark shape and a light shape could be seen, moving across the green moss as they weaved and circled around each other.
She really has improved.
Neff's swordsmanship felt different. It had always been somewhat ineffable due to her eerie ability to control both the battlefield and the enemy. But now, there was an even more bizarre quality to her graceful skill. The steps seemed the same. The cadence seemed the same. The offensive and defensive moves seemed the same as well. However, these familiar elements were somehow entirely different and incredibly more dangerous. Her light steps never failed to deliver her into the best possible position to attack. Each strike packed a devastating punch that seemed too extreme even for an ascended terror. Her defense was nearly impenetrable, alternating between immovable hardness and inviting softness, which dissipated the force of Sunny's attacks and made him feel as though he was drowning in a bog. No, he was drowning in her flowing sword.
How is she so different?
It was not as though Sunny did not understand the same principles Neff had spoken about. The relationship between mass, acceleration, and force he was intimately familiar with as well. After all, Sunny had long incorporated the ability to change his weight at will into his battle skill, so much so that it had become second nature to him. By manipulating how much his body or various parts of it weighed on the fly, he was able to enhance the force of his attacks, secure his balance, and even perform seemingly impossible moves by shifting his center of gravity. By now, it was like an instinct. He knew a lot about anatomy too, both from his own training after the Ascension, mastery of shadow dance, and learning how to create shadow hands. Everything that Nephis had mentioned, Sunny studied too. However, as they fought, he understood the difference between them. It was the difference between an intuitive, instinctual knowledge and a comprehensive, systematic understanding. And so, even though Sunny could perceive the essence of what Nephis was doing through shadow dance, he couldn't repeat it with the same level of insight. This was different from fighting Morgan. Morgan was supremely skilled, yes, but the main challenge of dueling her was the dire power of her enchanted body and her sharp, killing will. Nephis was not using any augmentations, and her will was vast and calm as an ocean. Beneath that indomitable calmness hid the fiery fury of a roaring flame. It was pure technique, pure insight, pure mastery, pure passion. Sunny frowned, feeling that he, too, was starting to sweat. Nephis was strong, but he was strong too. Among human swordsmen, he was perhaps one of the strongest. His mind was clear. His elusive skill was perilously insidious. He was not the same person he had been before. Antarctica had forged him into someone much more steady, powerful, and deadly. Their duel was exhilarating. Sunny and Nephis climbed back into the familiar fissure only after the seven suns plunged into the waters of the great river. They hungrily consumed the last few ration packs from the covetous coffer, and then settled on the weathered rock to sleep. Saint was standing guard above the fissure, and Nightmare was near to protect their dreams, so they decided not to alternate and let themselves rest through the whole night. The world was swiftly enveloped in darkness. The nocturnal glow of the great river did not reach the depths of the fissure, and there were no stars or the moon in the sky. The world was entirely black, as if they had plunged into an endless void. Listening to the soft sounds of Neph's breath, Sunny let the sense of fatigue overwhelm him. He was tired. However, it was not the cruel, chilling exhaustion he had suffered often in the past months. Instead, this fatigue was of a satisfying and pleasurable kind, something he had not felt in a while. Sunny had learned a lot during their training today. They had practiced together until the sun set, and in the process, both had done their best to make the opponent sweat. He had not held back much, and neither had Nephis. In the end, Sunny found himself lacking. Even after all this time, she was still like a distant star, one he could see but never touch. At least in terms of swordsmanship and mastery of battle. It should have been disheartening, but he found it strangely encouraging instead. Sunny felt as though he had been shown a new horizon, something to strive for, as well as a clear direction to reach for the stars. He also realized that there were still flaws in his mastery of shadow dance. That was a valuable revelation in and of itself. Armed with it, he could refine and perfect his formless style, bringing it closer to the next step. That said, Sunny felt very strange right now. It was because he had realized that, currently, he was more powerful than Nephis. Yes, she was a better fighter than him. However, Sunny had so many tools at his disposal. He also had two transcendent devils and an awakened terror on his side. If the two of them were to battle seriously, he wasn't entirely sure who would be left standing at the end, but he knew that his odds were much higher than hers. It was a vast, tumultuous, and deeply unsettling emotion. What surprised him the most, however, was how weak of a reaction it aroused in him. There had been a time when becoming more powerful than Nephis was all he ever thought about, but now he felt almost indifferent. It was what it was. There was no point in racing to the finish line anyway. That line would not change. It did not matter which of them became a terror first, because sooner or later, both of them would end up as titans. It did not matter that Sunny was ahead for the first time. Her ascended ability was not of a kind that added to one's power. That was all. They were in the same boat anyway. Perhaps he could allow himself to feel that way because he was more secure about the Shadow Bond and the power she held over him. Nephis had proven that she had no intention of ever using it, and he had grown more confident in his ability to make one or both of them die, even if she did.
How romantic.
He sighed, feeling calm and cozy in the darkness that enveloped them. After a while, Sunny asked,
"Hey, Neph, are you asleep yet?"
There were a few moments of silence before she answered, "No." Hidden in the darkness, he grinned.
"How's the sleeping bag? Is it warm?"
There had been only 2 sleeping bags in the covetous coffer, one that Sunny used in the wilderness and a spare one. Sadly, he had ripped through one of them when the Azure Serpent first made the Dark Island quake, so now there was only one. Sunny had chosen to sleep on the weathered rock, relying on the unique qualities of the marble shell to keep him comfortable. Luckily, the great river seemed to have a mild climate, so he was not particularly cold. The fissure protected them from the wind as well, so he had no problem letting Nephis use the only remaining sleeping bag. However, that didn't mean that he wouldn't tease her about it. A calm answer came from the darkness. "Yes, I am warm. It is of high quality." As the grin froze on Sunny's face, he sighed.
"She's really too thick to be teased. Damn."
A few moments later, Neph asked, "Oh, do you want me to hand it over? It is your sleeping bag. It would be right for the owner to use it." Sunny flinched.
No. Keep it. That's not what I wanted at all. Gods, she's hopeless."
There was a long pause. Then Neph's voice came from the darkness again. "Ah, I see. You want to use it together." Hearing that, Sunny's entire body shuddered.
"What? No, that's not what I meant at all. Who do you take me for? I was just teasing you."
Suddenly he heard a soft chuckle. Turning his head, Sunny saw Neph covering her mouth with a hand. She was suppressing a laugh. His eyes widened.
"Wait, a reverse tease? I've been played."
His heart ached. How embarrassing. He stared at Nephis incredulously for a few moments, then laid down and looked back at the jagged line of the distant black sky. A moment or two later, he suddenly laughed too.
"This is just too ridiculous."
Nephis lowered her hand, then asked in an amused tone, "What is?" Sunny shrugged.
"I mean, we're sailing a river of an unholy titan's blood on the corpse of a great monster moving back in time and giggling like children."
She remained silent for a while before saying in her usual calm tone, "Yes, it does sound a little ridiculous." Then there was a comfortable silence between them. Sunny looked at the black sky for a while. Soon, a sigh escaped from his lips. He lingered for a long time, then turned his head to look at her again.
"Neph, can I ask you something?"
She turned her head to face him as well, even though she couldn't see anything in the dark. "Sure." Sunny hesitated, but eventually, he still asked,
"Can you tell me what happened to you in the second nightmare?"
A hint of amusement slowly disappeared from her eyes. Her faint smile was erased as well. Nephis remained silent for a long time, her expression turning bleak and distant. Then she sighed. "Okay, I'll tell you." Her voice sounded strangely forlorn. Turning away, Nephis looked into the darkness and said, In my second nightmare, I was a woman made of stone, like your shadow, but also different, defective. Nephis looked into the darkness as she spoke in an even tone. It happened after the demon of destiny had his falling out with the goddess of the black skies, I think. But before hope escaped her chains, the daemons rose in rebellion against the gods. In the darkness, in the true darkness that fills the halls and caverns of the underworld, below the hollow mountain. She sighed. When I opened my eyes, I was a woman made of stone, a crude, clumsy, and defective precursor of the stone saints. I was laying on a mountain of abandoned statues just like me, all of them broken, discarded, and forsaken. Everything around me was enveloped by cold darkness, with not a spark of light or hint of warmth anywhere. There was just me, my broken siblings, and the lonesome silence. Sunny shifted slightly.
True darkness?
Nephis slowly nodded. Yes, those mountains are called hollow, but in fact they are full of darkness. Their hollows are like great reservoirs of it. It is where darkness lives, and where it comes from. True darkness is very much like this river, in fact. Legends say that a terrible creature was slain by the gods once, at the dawn of time, and that its blood seeped into the earth. This is what true darkness is. The dark creature's blood. Sunny shivered. That dark creature, to be the source of all true darkness, of the entire element of darkness, it had to be something far greater than an unholy titan. It must have been one of the unknown then, a being of the void. Ignorant of what he was thinking about, Nephis continued after a short pause. The hollow mountains are a scar left by the death of that creature, and so most of the true darkness remains below them. This is the place that Nether made his home. However, it was not entirely empty while he ruled the underworld. There were many others living in the darkness. She lingered for a moment. There were some who followed Nether, the remains of the army he had led to wage war on Stormgod. They lived in the great hollows within the peaks. There were also his children, the Stone Saints, who lived below the mountains, in the heart of the underworld. And there were also creatures who lived even lower, near the very bottom of the dark abyss. That is where the pile of discarded statues was. Sunny frowned.
Wait, Nether waged war on Stormgod? On his own? Before the rebellion?
A pale smile appeared on Neff's face. Yes, it was his own private affair. I don't know the details of his relationship with Stormgod, or why it ended in resentment, but he must have taken it to heart, enough so that he assembled an army and stormed the Divine Realm. Of course, he lost. Most of his army was decimated, and he secluded himself in the underworld, becoming its ruler and losing himself in the obsession of trying to create the Stone Saints. She paused for a moment. He must have been lonely and heartbroken to create a whole race of living beings just to keep him company. Or maybe it was his defiant, prideful way of challenging the gods. After all, only the gods could create living things. Despite that, somehow, Nether succeeded, but he failed many times before achieving success. Nephis grew silent for a moment, and then said, I was one of those failures. A quiet sigh escaped from her lips. There were many creatures in the darkness at the roots of the underworld, all of them abandoned and discarded, just like me. Some of them were the results of Nether's failed attempts to create the Stone Saints. Some of them were outcasts and derelicts, for whom there was no place in the world above anymore. All of them were pitiful and weak, and I was the weakest of them all. Nephis stared silently into the darkness for a while. The expression on her face was sad and remorseful. Eventually, she spoke softly. I was just a sleeper after all. Even with the echo I gained in the nightmare desert, out there in the darkness, my strength was pitiful. It was such a blow. I never realized how much pride I took in being strong before that nightmare. I had always relied on my strength. I had always told myself that I had to be strong. If only I was strong like my father. If only I was strong. Stronger. The strongest. Then I wouldn't break apart, and the people around me wouldn't need to suffer on my behalf either. Sunny remained silent, remembering Neff's nightmare that he had visited after she returned to the waking world. He also thought about his own desperate pursuit of strength. Nefis smiled. But in the nightmare, all my strength was worthless. All my pride was worthless too. All I had was weakness. And so, I had to learn that personal power was not something I should rely on, or could rely on. It had always seemed so important, but in the end, it turned out to be a deceitful mirage. A slight frown appeared on her face. You see, there were not only the outcasts and discarded creatures like me in the darkness at the roots of the underworld. There were other things as well, terrifying things that were born from the darkness. These things hunted us. There were ancient horrors dwelling in the very depths of the abyss as well. Sometimes they would crawl from below to devour us. No one in the underworld cared about what happened to us, if they even remembered our existence. The aloof demon of destiny, the first generation of the Stone Saints, and the remains of the demon soldiers, none would protect us. The Forsaken had to fend for themselves, but we were weak and pitiful, and most of all, we were divided. Her voice shook a little. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then asked carefully,
So what did you do? How did you survive?
Nefis took a deep breath. I had to accept my weakness and learn how to survive despite being weak. The lesson was harsh, demeaning, and painful, but I had no choice but to learn it. So, I coaxed, persuaded, deceived, enticed, and cajoled the other forsaken creatures living in the darkness. But most of all, I inspired them. You see, I realized that there was something much sharper than my wit, much more persuasive than my words, and much more compelling than my lies. She paused for a moment. That something was desire. Hidden in the darkness, Sunny flinched. The image of the piece of wet wood littered with demented runes suddenly appeared in his mind, as did the word repeating in the runes over and over again. Wish, desire. Be careful of what you wish for. Be careful what you desire. He frowned while Nefis continued somberly. All I had to do was instill a desire in the Forsaken, a desire for a better life, longer life, safer life, a yearning for things that they had either never known or long forgotten. Comfort, companionship, warmth. I had to give them hope. Because we couldn't survive alone, but we could survive together. Most of these creatures were solitary and numb, resigned to their dark existence. The weight of their hopelessness and despair was too great for me to pull them from it. But by igniting a yearning in their hearts, I could make them push themselves forward with their own strength. She grew silent once again, and remained so for a long time this time. When Nefis spoke again, her voice was almost a whisper. We gathered together and built a village. It had tall walls and stone houses. It even had a large hall for us to gather and enjoy each other's company. And for a while, life was good. United, we could protect ourselves from the creatures of the darkness and hide from the abyssal visitors behind the tall walls. I thought that I was on the right track, There were old creatures in the village that taught me their knowledge and wisdom. There were those who had been warriors once. I learned from them as well. I was the weakest one, but I was liked and valued because I could create light, which all of them had forgotten. White sparks ignited in her eyes before trembling and disappearing. Neff's face grew motionless, but then someone in the village vanished, and then someone else. At first, I thought that they had left, but after the third one was gone, the fourth, the fifth, we all realized that something was wrong. They didn't leave, they were taken. After that, every night, what served as night in the underworld, someone would disappear. We were under attack. She paused. We tried everything in our power to find and confront the creature that was killing the villagers. We enhanced our defenses, increased our vigilance. We investigated. We explored the surrounding darkness for clues. We set traps, carved sorceress runes into the stone, and placed lures. We even sent an envoy to plead for help from the children of Nether. But nothing worked. Neff's voice was growing dull. No help came. Nothing we did managed to stop the disappearances. In fact, it only grew worse. At first, the Forsaken were just vanishing, but later, their mutilated corpses started to appear around the village, strewn on stalagmites for us to see, as though the creature was leaving them there to mock us. It was then that I understood that I had not created a safe haven for us, and instead simply set the table for the creature of darkness. Her face was motionless, and her voice was even. However, Sunny could feel how fragile that mask was at the moment. Neff took a deep breath. Eventually, everything collapsed. Those who were still alive cursed me and abandoned the village. They didn't make it far. There were only 2 of us left inside the empty walls. Myself and another one of the broken statues. The first one who had become my companion and followed me almost from the very start. We locked ourselves inside the village hall, not knowing what else to do, and barricaded the doors. However, the creature still came. I didn't see it enter, but I could feel that the darkness around us was suddenly alive. Sunny looked at her carefully.
So, how did you defeat it?
Nephis slowly shook her head. I did not. I had thought about giving one last desperate fight, but as soon as I sensed it, I knew that there was no hope. That thing wasn't something I could fight. So, I spoke to her. I tried to appease it. I tried to persuade him. I even knelt and begged for it. I tried everything I could, and I could feel it watching me, listening to me, surrounding me. For a while, there was silence. In that silence, Nephis shivered and let out a heavy sigh. In the end, the creature took my companion, but spared me. I don't know why. All I know is that the darkness felt empty again, and I was suddenly alone in that darkness. I was the only one left in the village that we had built. Everyone else, all of them, were dead. Her voice trembled a little. That was the end of my nightmare. Sunny sighed and sat up, summoning the endless spring. Nephis had talked for a while after all. Her throat must have been parched. Approaching her in the darkness, Sunny sat down and used his nail to clink against the glass bottle a couple of times to let her know where it was. Nephis took the bottle and took a small sip, then looked at the ground. Sunny hesitated for a moment.
The appraisal. Do you remember how the spell appraised your performance?
Nephis shook her head. I was pretty out of it there at the end. I remember standing in the middle of the empty hall, and the next thing I remember was you calling me by my true name at the academy. Sunny sighed, then leaned forward and lightly patted her on the shoulder.
Well, if it means anything, I think you did well. You did really well, Neff.
He felt her body tremble slightly, and then took the endless spring from her fingers. Thank you for telling me. Now, let's sleep. He lingered for a moment, and then added lightly,
Please be careful with the sleeping bag, though. Don't rip it, it's really expensive.
She nodded, then smiled faintly and lay down. Turning away, Sonny looked at Neff's back for a few moments, then silently returned to his own sleeping spot and sprawled on the weathered rock. He stared at the black sky for a few moments before closing his eyes.
Would I have survived that nightmare?
Sonny really did not know. He could also tell that Neffis had brushed past many perilous fights and dire torments that she must have endured there in the darkness, all alone. His heart was heavy, but before too long, the exhaustion won, sending him into the embrace of sleep. In the morning, the island shook again. Sonny opened his eyes and reached through the shadow sense, checking in on Saint. Since the taciturn night was standing calmly above the fissure, he relaxed and yawned with great satisfaction. He felt incredibly refreshed. The dark island was in one piece, and nothing was pouncing to kill them. Life was great. He sat up, leaned on the slope of the fissure, then rubbed his eyes and looked around. Neffis was already up, doing light stretches a few meters away. Sonny watched her for a few moments, then forced himself to avert his gaze. The sound of her even yet fragile voice resounding from the darkness still echoed in his ears. Neff's second nightmare was different from his own, just like her first nightmare had been. She had not battled immortal saints to free an imprisoned daemon from divine chains. Instead, she had tried to save a small group of pitiful and forlorn creatures, only to watch them all die. Neffis had been the last one standing on the forgotten shore, and after traveling alone through the purgatory of the nightmare desert, she built a tiny community amidst the cold darkness, only to watch it be destroyed. She had been so strong, but the nightmare made her weak. She had been so proud, but the nightmare made her beg for mercy on her knees. He wasn't sure he could imagine how painful it was for her to sacrifice the two things that were at the core of her sense of self. Yes, Neff had not slain impossibly powerful enemies with her radiant sword in the nightmare, but for her, wielding a sword against an overwhelming foe was not something to be feared. Maybe that was why the spell always tried to break her in some other, more cruel way. Sonny looked down at the weathered surface of the black rock. How had the spell appraised Neff's performance in the second nightmare, he wondered. Sonny was not sure, but he had an inkling that the appraisal was exceedingly high. If his theory was right, that was, and the appraisal depended on how much the challenger had changed the flow of fate. In that regard, he suspected that what Neffis had done was miraculous. She had wanted to change the fates of the forsaken creatures living in the darkness at the bottom of the underworld. In that task, she failed. However, she had succeeded in changing something else. She changed the harrowing creature that had come from the darkness. Had the creature been compelled by her words, by her pleas? Or had it been infected by the same yearning that Neff had ignited in the hearts of the Forsaken? Had the creature of darkness been poisoned by a hint of an indescribable longing? Has it learned to long for light? If the heart of an abyssal being powerful enough to be a horror in the underworld had been changed, even ever so slightly, then Sonny could not really imagine what ripples that change could cause in the great tapestry of fate. So, the spell could have appraised Neff's performance as glorious. But that was not important, because Neffis herself did not see it that way. The spell and its carriers had different criteria for success after all. The spell might be satisfied with Neff's performance, but Neff obviously saw it as a bitter, irredeemable failure. The tone of her voice yesterday had said it all. Continuing to stare at the ground, Sonny sighed. After returning to the waking world, Neffis seemed much more mellow than before, but her resolve to kill the sovereigns and destroy the spell also seemed much more stalwart than before. Now that he knew the truth, many things about her past words and actions made sense.
Gods, just what am I going to do with her?
Sonny glanced at Nephis, who was oblivious to his thoughts, with a complicated expression. There was one more thing he had to consider. The description of Neph's aspect, Lightbringer. You are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. Wasn't it very similar to the trial the spell had presented her with in the second nightmare? The ascended ability she had unlocked as a result was called longing, too. Longing, yearning, desire, wish. Was the inexhaustible longing to destroy the spell that burned like fire in Neph's heart so powerful that it made her soul incorruptible? He had pondered about this ability of hers before, but now Sonny saw it in a new light. It had seemed like a rather useless power to have outside of very rare circumstances like facing the Skinwalker. However, if that ability made Nephis immune to the corruption, then wasn't it actually the most broken and unbelievably preposterous ability he had ever heard about? After all, even Weaver had to sever their arm when it got infected with the corruption. Not only was the great and terrible demon of fate not immune to corruption, he or she was even powerless in front of it. Just what was Nephis exactly? And, more importantly, what was she to him? The subject of his thoughts, meanwhile, finished her stretching exercises, pulled the fastened strap of her white tunic back to her pale shoulder, and looked around. Nephis smiled. "You're up." Sonny smiled back.
Yeah. How are you feeling?
It seemed as though she had recovered from opening the old wounds to tell him about her second nightmare yesterday. However, a moment later, Neph's smiling face darkened a little. She sighed. "I wanted to make breakfast, but we have no food left." Sonny tilted his head, then looked down. They were literally sitting on a mountain of meat, but with the azure serpent circling the carcass of the black turtle, diving into the river to procure even a little bit of it was an utterly lethal task. He shook his head with resignation.
We'll solve that problem when the time comes.
Nephis nodded, lingered for a moment, then pointed to the sleeping bag. "See, I didn't rip it." Sonny stared at her, trying to determine whether she was being serious or playing a joke on him. These days it was getting hard to tell.
Which bastard is being such a bad influence on my straight-laced and awkward Neph? I'm going to bash their teeth in.
He remained silent for a few moments, then grinned.
Good, because you know you still owe me for that projector.
Time flowed lazily, both literally and figuratively. The current of the great river was pulling the corpse of the black turtle into the past, and several days passed in a strange but pleasant idleness. The seven suns rose and fell, drowning in the shimmering waters. The sky was like a dreamlike painting of lilac, azure, crimson, and jet black. The ancient serpent continued to circle the dark island, slowly consuming the bleeding meat of the great monster it had killed, and watching Sonny and Nephis enjoy their unexpected respite. The two of them were spending their time leisurely, feeling the need to rest and recuperate after the nightmarish gauntlet of the White Desert. They were not in a hurry to strain themselves too much. They slept peacefully through the nights, rising when warm sunlight flowed into the narrow fissure, and spent most of the days together. Sometimes they would lay on the soft moss side by side and look at the sky in comfortable silence. Sometimes they would train, sparring with each other until sweat covered their bodies. Sometimes they would talk, discussing their experiences in the past year and various pieces of knowledge they had picked up along the way. They also spent some time apart. Nephis was busy practicing her swordsmanship, often requesting Saint to aid her as a training partner. After sending her and his shadow off, Sonny would get busy with his own endeavors. He spent a lot of time studying the strange and hauntingly complex weave of the Key of the Estuary. This memory was a great mystery that had to be solved. Even after showing it to Nephis, Sonny had not a single inkling of what it was supposed to do and where it had come from. So he settled for the slow approach of meticulously examining each and every thread of its somber tapestry. Depending on luck, this task could take him many months to complete, but there was no harm in starting early. Once his head started to ache from studying the black weave, Sonny would sit silently near the slopes of the island and watch the azure serpent prowl. He would close his eyes and sense the great beast's shadow. He would try to memorize its every scale, scar, and movement. Even though their situation was peaceful right now, he knew that the peace would not last indefinitely. The chances were that they would have to battle the abomination eventually. And so, Sonny wanted to glean its essence and commit it to memory. Training his swordsmanship with Nephis, studying the estuary key, observing the azure serpent, and resting idly, these were the things that filled his days. Of course, other things were happening on the dark island as well. Imp was still busy devouring the bands of tarnished silver that encased the black turtle's body. His progress was slow, but the gluttonous goblin seemed beyond himself with delight. His scrawny figure could be seen sprawled on the black rocks, utterly engorged. The sin of Solace was still there, following Sonny like a jaded wraith. Its litany of snide comments and contemptuous remarks never lessened, slowly driving him mad. Sonny endured as best as he could, and luckily, the spirit of the cursed sword was not nearly as talkative as it had been before. Nevertheless, the apparition put him in many awkward situations with Nephis. Nightmare was slowly subjugating new dreams into his unseen army. Almost every night the counter of the dream curse would go up by at least 1 or 2. The source of these defeated nightmares were, of course, Sonny and Nephis. It seemed that their minds were still haunted by the events of the past. Or maybe it was just the nature of the Tomb of Ariel. Despite its breathtaking facade, it was a land worthy of its architect, a land of dread. It was also as desolate and empty as it was beautiful. Every day, Sonny and Nephis would study the northern horizon, hoping to see the signs of land or anything at all, far in the distance. But each time, all that met them was an endless expanse of flowing water. Their hunger slowly grew. Although masters were much more resilient than mundane humans, they were still the same. They needed sustenance to survive, just like any human would. Their bodies were still strong, but they would start to wither before too long. Before that happened, Sonny and Nephis were going to have to find a way to harvest some of the black turtle's meat. The azure serpent raised its head from the water every time it devoured more, as if to mock them.
I'm hungry.
Sonny was sitting on a luxurious wooden chair, which was positioned near the slopes of the black turtle's carapace, facing north. His shadows surrounded him, lazily sprawled on the black rocks and enjoying the dreamlike vista of the great river. Only the naughty one had wandered off to enjoy the view of Nephis training instead. Dismissing the estuary key, Sonny rubbed his temples and stretched his legs.
I just don't get it. I don't recognize any of these weave elements. Not even their vague purpose. The more I look at it, the more sure I am that it won't be, created by me.
Whoever had created the key of the estuary was a far greater sorcerer than Sonny was, or could ever dream to be. At least, that was how it seemed.
All right, that's enough for today. The old snake should be showing its ugly mug any minute now. I really hope that it's as tired of staring at me as I am tired of staring at it.
Sonny glanced at the wide patch of bloody water surrounding the shell of the great turtle in anticipation, lingered for a few moments, and then frowned. Something was wrong with that picture. He stared at the water for a while, his scowl deepening. Then, Sonny slowly raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His pupils widened slightly. There, in the boundless blue expanse, far away, a black dot had appeared at some point, slowly moving in the direction of the dark island. At first, Sonny felt a glimmer of hope ignite in his heart as he remembered a similar situation from the past. That time, it had turned out to be Kai, but this time, his intuition was ringing alarm bells, and a cold feeling of dread crept from somewhere to grip him with icy claws. Sitting on the shadow chair with his legs crossed, Sonny leaned back and sighed.
Crap.
With that, he exploded with a flurry of activity. First, Sonny dismissed his precious chair and dashed toward the middle of the island. At the same time, he sent a mental command to Saint. Nephis and she were currently engaged in a furious sword fight. Light and darkness were intertwined in a shimmering whirlpool of sharp steel, and the graceful knight's onyx figure was starkly contrasted against the rippling white tunic and alabaster skin of her slender opponent. Following Sonny's order, Saint froze. The tip of Neff's sword stopped a split second later, hovering millimeters away from the slit of her visor. Nephis frowned, then retracted her sword and looked around. There was a shadow on a rock outcropping that protruded from the ground a few meters away. It seemed to belong to a young man and was currently waving its arms in the air while pointing at the sky. She swiftly turned around and looked up, then dashed away a moment later. Running as fast as he could, Sonny leapt over a murky puddle of water and landed near a half-eaten fragment of tarnished silver. The scrawny figure of Imp could be seen nearby, laying on the ground with a blissful smile on his fiendish face. His hands were rubbing his ballooning belly with delight.
Stand up, buddy.
The gluttonous goblin opened his eyes and stared at Sonny in confusion, then awkwardly tried to rise to his feet. However, outweighed by his full stomach, Imp lost balance and promptly plopped back down.
We don't have time for this.
Sonny leaned down, grabbed the weakly struggling fiend, and hoisted him on his shoulder.
What the hell?
Just how much had the little bastard swallowed up? Even with the strength of an ascended tyrant, Sonny was struggling to carry Imp. His veins swelled, and a befuddled expression appeared on his face. Commanding the shadows to wrap themselves around his body, he grunted and continued to run. A dozen seconds later, Sonny reached the edge of the familiar fissure and unceremoniously tossed the little fiend down. Then, he threw one more look at the sky, and noticing the black dot had already drawn nearer, jumped into the deep ravine himself. Before too long, Nephis and he were side by side, pressing themselves into the weathered slope of the fissure as they desperately tried to calm down their breathing. Saint and Fiend were nearby, the former standing calmly, the latter hugging Sonny's thigh. Nightmare was there as well, hiding within the deep darkness enveloping the bottom of the gorge in his shadow form. Lastly, a beautiful amphora of white clay was standing on the ground in front of them, its surface decorated with mesmerizing patterns. It was another one of the memories Summer Night had given to Nephis, and its purpose was to mask their presence. Gods only knew if the amphora was going to work or not. Out of Sonny's 5 shadows, one had to volunteer to leave its area of effect and serve as a scout, though. Well, perhaps volunteer was the wrong word. Since the gloomy shadow had performed a few dangerous tasks recently, and the happy fool was not someone Sonny would ever entrust an important matter to, the next in seniority had to go. So, the creepy guy was currently hiding a few meters away from the edge of the fissure, staring creepily at the sky. The Sin of Solace was keeping it company with a bored expression on his face. The sparks swirling around Sonny's hand formed into an emerald flute, and he covered them with a dome of silence. Then, he let out a shaky breath.
I see it.
Nephis looked at him intently, then asked in a low voice,
What is it?
Sonny lingered for a few moments. Slowly, his expression turned grim.
It's a butterfly.
Indeed, a butterfly was descending toward the island. From afar, it seemed like an ethereal and beautiful creature, but as it drew closer, Sonny couldn't help but shiver. The butterfly's wings and back were black, but its body and underbelly were the color of white bone. It had 6 long, seemingly fragile legs that ended in sharp points, and 2 enormous faceted eyes that were like orbs of pure darkness. Between them was a disturbingly long, oily black beak, which was currently bent into a spiral like an elephant's trunk. 2 antennae rose from its head, pushed back by the current of the wind. Apart from that, the butterfly was at least 100 meters in size. It was both exquisitely beautiful and deeply revolting. But most of all, it was deeply frightening. Sonny gritted his teeth. It's another great monster. His heart was beating rapidly in his chest, and his back was covered with cold sweat.
Great. This is just great. It literally is.
By his side, Nephis scowled. The monstrous butterfly was obviously intending to land on the island, but at that moment, the crimson water parted, and the azure serpent's scaled snout rose into the air. Pierced by a mad gaze of its cloudy eyes, the great monster suddenly seemed wary. It moved its wings and altered the direction of its flight, circling the corpse of the black turtle from above instead of diving down to land on the black rock. The butterfly's huge eyes were aimed at the ancient serpent, and its antennae twitched rhythmically. The great beast of the river bared its bloodied fangs and let out a furious roar, as if announcing its claim of the remains of the titanic turtle.
This demented old snake.
Did the serpent not want to live? Why was it going around challenging great monsters?
Am I really such a delicacy?
Sonny did not know what the giant butterfly was thinking, but one thing was certain. It did not like that serpent's challenge. It did not like it at all. Sonny described what was happening in a hushed voice. He didn't really need to whisper considering that they were surrounded by a dome of silence, but it made him feel better. And what was happening appeared pretty clear. The monstrous butterfly had been attracted by the smell of blood and arrived to feast on the corpse of the black turtle that the azure serpent had so laboriously killed. The azure serpent, meanwhile, was having none of it. In fact, judging by the madness burning in its eyes, the great beast was overcome with the bloody desire to rip the giant butterfly apart as well.
This thing really doesn't know what's good for it, huh?
What was the reason for the azure serpent's reckless insolence? Humans often describe nightmare creatures as mad, but that description was not entirely accurate. The abominations were indeed insane, but that did not mean that they lacked sanity. Rather, it meant that their sanity was perverted, sinister, ineffable, and entirely different from what humans deemed sane. So why would the great beast risk its life fighting much more powerful monsters? Was it indeed madness? Was it pride? Was it reluctance to give up such an enormous prize? Or was it more reluctant to surrender 2 human souls that burned the flames of divinity to the stronger abomination? Whatever the reason was, the stubborn Leviathan seemed ready to battle the monstrous butterfly to the death. The butterfly let out an indescribable sound. The waters of the great river suddenly grew restless, rippling as they were assaulted by the powerful sonic waves. The serpent roared again, rising higher above the river's tumultuous surface.
I think they are going to fight.
Sonny was not sure what it meant for the 2 of them. He was belatedly happy about his decision to abandon the skies and seek shelter on the shell of the black turtle. If something like that butterfly had caught him in the air, he would have surely been dead in an instant. However, now that Nephis and he were trapped on the dark island, their fates seemed to be swaying on the edge of a perilous abyss. They were deeply unsure of their ability to slay a great beast, but a great monster was far more dreadful. They were only alive now because the azure serpent either lacked the ability or was reluctant to crawl out of the water. If the abominable butterfly won the battle, though, nothing was going to stop it from doing just that. Then, their shelter would turn into a deadly trap. So no matter how strange it sounded, Sunny had no choice but to root for the familiar beast that had been staring at them hungrily for many days, wishing to swallow them whole. The azure serpent had already killed one great monster. Maybe the mad snake would be able to pull off another miracle. Finally coming to a decision, the butterfly waved its wings and plummeted down, landing on the shell of the black turtle a moment later. The entire island shook from the devastating force of the impact. The creepy shadow remained motionless as it looked up at the 6 incredibly thin and long legs of the monster. The pale body of the butterfly was high above the ground, and its wings were open, covering a vast area in deep darkness. Now that it was closer, Sunny could see that it was covered in thick scales, with white hairs growing between them. There was a complicated pattern on the creature's wings as well, coalescing into a strange image. An image of... Sunny hurriedly commanded the shadow to look away, as a strange certainty that he should never, ever try to look directly at the pattern covering the butterfly's wings flooded his mind.
Damnation!
Sunny, what is happening? He sucked in a shaky breath.
They're just staring at each other.
The butterfly shifted slightly, the sharp tips of its chitinous legs striking sparks from the black rock. Its trunk-like mouth slowly unfurled, turning into a fearsome black spear dozens of meters long. The abomination let out another harrowing screech, then, suddenly, struck the surface of the dead turtle's shell with its beak. 1, 2, 3 times the island quaked, but not even a thin crack appeared on the rock. The butterfly froze for a moment, then twisted its head, looking at the azure serpent. It seemed reluctant to go into the water.
Well, of course. One is a flying abomination, and the other is a sea creature. The butterfly has to go into the water if it wants to gorge on the black turtle's meat. But that would mean fighting the azure serpent, and on the enemy's home ground, no less.
Maybe it would simply retreat. Just as Sunny thought that, the butterfly suddenly folded its wings and lunged forward. There was no hesitation, no warning, just a deafening sonic boom and a harrowing black and white blur that suddenly shot toward the serpent like a gigantic javelin. A hurricane gale rose from the confounding fury of the great monster's lunge.
It's attacking!
A split second later, an enormous pillar of foaming crimson water rose into the sky. The serpent seemed to have managed to avoid the abominable butterfly's obliterating charge. However, its sharp legs tore at the sea creature's azure body.
They're fighting!
Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then gave him a strange look. Sunny, where are they fighting in relation to our position? He stared at her in confusion, then said,
Below the water, to the left of the turtle's tail.
She lingered a bit, then took a deep breath. Then they're on the opposite side from the turtle's head, where the entry wound is. So, while the serpent is preoccupied, shall we dive down and harvest some meat? He opened his mouth, startled. Then, he slowly closed it again.
Dive down? Harvest meat? Are you crazy? Damn, I said it again.
Nephis looked at him very seriously and shook her head. No, I'm not crazy. I'm hungry. What they were trying to do did indeed seem a little crazy. There were 2 great abominations fighting on one side of the black turtle, and Nephis wanted to dive into the water on the other side to steal some of the turtle's meat, because she was hungry. But of course, it was really not that unhinged of a plan. She had not suggested it out of a burning desire to satiate her belly. Rather, it was out of necessity. The longer they were to go hungry, the weaker they would become. The weaker they became, the slimmer their chances of survival would be. Neither Nephis nor Sunny knew if they would get a better chance to harvest the black turtle's meat than now, when the azure serpent was distracted. In fact, they did not even know if they would live long enough to enjoy the fruits of this perilous decision. If the monstrous butterfly won, they would probably die soon. But there was nothing they could really do about that, so the only thing they could do was prepare for the other outcome to the best of their ability. Grimacing, Sonny looked away and shook Imp off his thigh.
Curses.
Then he gritted his teeth and started climbing out of the fissure.
Hungry. She's hungry, is she? Just what sin did I commit in my past life to be cursed with all these gluttonous women?
Oblivious to his heartfelt plea, Nephis followed. It took Sonny just a few moments to scale the vertical slope of the deep fissure and climb onto the quaking surface of the dark island. It was shaking and swaying, pushed by the harrowing fury of the unseen battle that was happening below the waves. A split second later, Saint landed nearby, and a vast shadow crawled from the darkness to take the shape of a tenebrous steed. Neph arrived at last, slowed down a little by the need to carry the fragile amphora in one of her hands. Imp had been left in the relative safety of the fissure, since he was of no use in the current situation. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other, and then broke into a sprint without having to say anything. Their goal was the end of the island, beneath which the black turtle's enormous head was floating in the crimson water. It was also where the azure serpent had broken through the great monster's silver armor and burrowed into its flesh, leaving behind a gaping wound. Since the scales of the creature were all but impervious, the meat could only be harvested from inside such a spot. They were nearing the point where the shell of the black turtle started to slope down at a steep angle. Sonny sighed and dismissed the shroud of dusk. Left in just his underwear, he ignored Neph's strange gaze and summoned the nimble catch and the essence pearl instead.
I've traded a couple memories just for such an occasion from the House of Night.
She lingered for a moment, then looked away. Oh. While the nimble catch was weaving itself from the sparks of light, Sonny threw a glance at his body and frowned a little. He had always been lean and, while his muscles simply refused to gain bulk, they had been like taut steel wire cables ever since the Forgotten Shore. Now, however, they had become a little bit too sculpted and defined. His abs were really like a washboard, which was not good at all. He had lost a lot of weight during the hellish journey through the Nightmare Desert and the days of hunger on the carcass of the black turtle. His body was all skin and muscle, with no fat left, which meant that it would start to devour itself next. Some men strived for such a physique, but for Sonny, who had grown up in the outskirts, it was a worrying sign.
We really need to get that meat.
As the strange garb woven out of a fisherman's net covered his pale skin, he noticed that Nephis was giving him a sideways glance again for some reason. Slightly confused, he said,
"Summon that."
But he did not have to say anything. The familiar golden rope was already manifesting in her hands. They needed to dive into the tumultuous red water to harvest the monster's meat, but they didn't have to be stupid about it. If something happened, Sonny could swiftly pull them away through the shadows. However, finding a proper shadow to dive into was hard underwater. And since the great river was in the throes of the battle between the azure serpent and the monstrous butterfly, its current could easily pull Sonny and Nephis apart. She threw him one end of the golden rope, and he hastily tied it around his left wrist, while she tied the other end around her right. At the same time, light swirled around Neph's slender legs and formed into two silver anklets. Sonny stared at them in confusion for a moment, before realizing that their function had to be similar to the nimble catch. He was a bit envious. Hers was not an armor-type memory, so she did not have to dismiss the white tunic.
I want to be sponsored by a guilt-ridden saint too.
Holding the black bow, Saint took a position that gave her a perfect view of the head of the dead monster and the seething water surrounding it. Her task was to protect, or at least try to protect them, should either the serpent or the butterfly arrive. Nightmare could not help her in the case that the former showed up, but if the latter did, his speed would have to assist Saint in leading the butterfly away. The amphora was placed beside them. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other one last time, then dashed forward and simultaneously jumped. The wind whistled in his ears. A few moments later, Sunny hit the crimson water and was instantly swallowed by it. It was like he had dove into a sea of blood. Everything around him was murky and red. Despite his best efforts, Sunny was momentarily disoriented, but regained his bearings after feeling a sharp tug on the golden rope. He found Neph through shadow sense and followed her as she swam forward with purpose. She had already done this once after all. Granted, there had not been two great nightmare creatures creating a storm nearby at that time.
We need to be fast.
Breathing with the help of the Essence Pearl, Sunny swam through the crimson waters of the great river. Guided by a golden rope that glowed faintly into the red murkiness, Sunny swam forward. The waters of the river of time, mixed with the crimson blood of a great monster, were cold and tumultuous. The battle of two harrowing abominations had turned them into a whirlpool of raging currents.
Just how far is this wound?
Sunny wondered. Suddenly, he saw something enormous appear from the murky red darkness and shuddered. He was swimming past the giant eye of the titanic turtle, now hollow and devoid of light. His figure was like a speck of dust in front of it. The azure serpent had long feasted on the black turtle's left eye, but the right still remained. Even though Sunny knew that the ancient behemoth was dead, couldn't help but feel as if it was staring at him. Looking away, he pushed himself through the water.
We're not far from the creature's neck then.
Every second could be their last, so Sunny was tense. The battle of the dreadful abominations could shift in their direction at any moment. More than that, the nimble catch allowed him to swim with great speed, and Neph's silver anklets were the same. However, she did not seem to possess a memory similar to the Essence Pearl and had to hold her breath. They simply couldn't linger. Fortunately, the dark thoroughfare of the turtle's enormous neck emerged from the cloudy redness soon. It was encased in massive bands of tarnished silver, which overlapped to form a flexible but impenetrable armor. Sunny caught up with Nephis as they followed the road of silver to the point where the monster's neck ended. There, its armor was torn apart and bent, sharp, jagged edges surrounded by bloody foam. The stench of blood was much stronger here, and the water was much darker. Nephis changed her direction, knowing where to go. A dozen seconds later, they reached the gaping wound in the body of the great monster. Sunny froze for a moment. The azure serpent had not just ripped a chunk of flesh out of the black turtle's flesh. It actually burrowed inside like a hungry worm, tore through the insides of the monster, and then crawled out from a similar wound under one of the creature's flippers. As a result, the wound in front of them was like a dark tunnel, not too different from the one through which he had guided the convoy of refugees in the Antarctica Center. The scale of it was humbling.
I actually said that I could kill that damned snake, didn't I?
Sunny questioned himself. Nephis tugged on the rope to get his attention, then pointed forward. Struggling against unexplainable fear, Sunny reluctantly pushed himself in that direction. At that moment, the entire corpse of the black turtle tilted, impacted by the shockwave of the terrifying clash between the azure serpent and the invading butterfly. It swayed slowly, and the dark tunnel of the harrowing wound started to move up. By the time they reached it, half of the gaping bloody hole was above the surface of the water, while the other half was still submerged in it. A red current was flowing out, trying to push them away, Sonny gritted his teeth and struggled against the flow, eventually entering the dark tunnel. Then, however, the current was reversed, and a great amount of water flowed into the body of the dead monster, pulling them deeper inside.
Crap!
Sonny was carried into the depths of the black turtle's corpse with dire speed, slamming against its flesh and holding tightly to the golden rope. After what felt like an eternity, the current grew weak, and he managed to climb onto something solid. Sonny pulled on the rope, and a second later, Nephis appeared from the water as well. She raised her hand, igniting a wisp of white flame on it to illuminate their surroundings. He took a deep breath, suddenly realizing how close the two of them were standing. After taking a bath in the diluted blood of the black turtle, both looked like a horror show. However, Sonny couldn't help but notice how tightly Neph's wet tunic stuck to her body, and how close to transparent the light fabric became. He shifted slightly, then forcibly tore his gaze away and studied the dark tunnel of the great monster's bleeding flesh. It looked exactly like one would imagine such a place to look. Not that people had reasons to try and imagine something so morbidly bizarre. The walls of the tunnel, which were mostly consumed by darkness, were uneven, spongy, and red. The lower half of it was covered by tumultuous water, while the upper half was filled with an almost unbearable stench of blood. Rivers of red were flowing from the walls and the ceiling, mixing with the dark water below. Sonny and Nephis were standing on one of the vertebrae of the black turtle, which protruded from the bottom of the tunnel like a pale pink mountain. While he was looking around, she was breathing heavily. So now, before he could finish the sentence, the carcass of the great monster quaked once again, and the two of them were almost thrown off the slippery bone. Sonny had to grab Nephis to prevent her from plummeting back into the seething water. A moment later, he realized that they were embracing, their bodies pressed tightly against each other. He could feel the softness and the heat of her skin through the thin fabric of the white tunic. Her striking gray eyes were too close as well. Forgetting what he was going to say, Sonny remained motionless for a few moments. Then he made sure that Nephis had regained her balance and carefully let her go.
So, now all we have to do is carve some meat, right?
She cleared her throat, then raised the wisp of flame higher and looked away. Right. And return alive. Sonny let out a shaky sigh.
Sure, one thing at a time.
Sonny had to spend a few moments calming down his wildly beating heart. Then he looked around once again. The situation was much better than he had expected it to be. He really had not considered that the grotesque tunnel left behind by the azure serpent would be only partially drowned. Slicing through the flesh of a great monster was no easy task, and doing so underwater would have been even harder. More than that, he was less restricted in the use of Shadow Step now. But most importantly, he could summon the covetous coffer. Opening the alloy chest underwater would have just resulted in the spatial storage being instantly filled with water. Now that they stood on a solid surface, things were different, of course. The tunnel could be flooded at any moment, so they had to hurry. Sonny looked at Nephis and flashed her a smile.
Let's be quick.
The sparks of light swirled around them, manifesting into memories. Neph's flame was replaced by a luminous paper lantern, and a sizable alloy chest appeared on the porous pink surface of the great monster's bone. A moment later, their weapons manifested.
Am I reduced to a mere butcher's cleaver? Such a humiliation.
Sonny almost yelped when a familiar figure emerged from the darkness. The Sin of Solace looked somberly at his disheveled appearance, then shook his head. He was still clad in the shroud of graceless dusk, not to mention perfectly dry.
Damn fool.
Sonny whispered a stifled curse and commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around the jade blade of the cursed sword, which had manifested itself a split second before. Then he hissed.
Gods, you almost gave me a heart attack.
Nephis froze for a moment and looked at him with a slightly startled expression. Oh, did I? Sorry. Sonny's eyes widened.
No, not you. I was talking to, never mind.
The Sin of Solace observed him with a small, disdainful smile.
I must say, this is a peculiar location for a date. Harvesting monster meat from inside the monster. I hope you won't force the poor girl to cook the meal herself at least.
Struggling to ignore the bastard, Sonny threw the lid of the covetous coffer open and then moved closer to the wall of the flesh tunnel. Pushing down the feeling of disgust, he gritted his teeth and thrust the Jan forward. It was so strange. The taste of the black turtle's meat was truly sublime, but the source of it was so revolting.
Damn it!
One of the enchantments of the Sin of Solace made it incredibly sharp, and it had been augmented by the shadows on top of that. And yet, cutting into the flesh of the dead monster felt like he was trying to cut stone with a rusty blade. Sonny had known that harvesting the turtle's meat would not be easy, just from the fact that chewing it was a tough task. However, the actual difficulty of trying to slice off a sizable chunk of the abomination's flesh was even greater than he had expected. Its durability in an uncooked state was simply preposterous.
If that's hard, then how am I going to fight one of these things in the future?
With no other choice, Sonny concentrated on the task. Taut muscles rolled under his skin as he put all his strength into it, and the jade blade cut deeper with excruciating slowness. Nephis was just as strained, using a sharp dagger instead of her longsword. Its blade was glowing with incandescent light, and her face was pale. Despite that, her progress was not much faster than his. The dark island continued to sway and quake around them, making the water filling the morbid tunnel roll and slosh. Carving the meat was hard, and doing it while struggling to keep balance was especially hard. Nevertheless, they continued, sometimes using each other for support.
This is taking too long.
Sonny had hoped to fill the covetous coffer to the brim, but now he realized how unrealistic his lofty desires were. At this rate, it would be good if they managed to harvest enough to feed them for a few days. Of course, as long as the battle between the Azure Serpent and the Eerie Butterfly did not end or shift in their direction, there was still time. And just as he threw the first chunk of meat into the maw of the alloy chest, the carcass of the black turtle quaked again. This time, however, there was something different about the tremor. Instead of being pushed to the side, Sonny had almost been thrown up into the air. Nephis and he abruptly stopped, looking at each other. Sonny's mouth was suddenly very dry.
They are below us now.
The whole plan was hinged on the fact that the massive bulk of the black turtle would protect them from the two battling abominations. Now, the area of the battle was shifting, and the creatures were already below the dark island. This meant that they were moving in the direction of the turtle's head. Neph's eyes shone in the gloomy darkness as they reflected the glow of her scorching dagger. She lingered for a moment. "What do you want to do?" Sonny paused for a bit, then gritted his teeth.
We've already taken the risk. Returning with empty hands would mean that it was all for nothing. We'll have to wait for a chance to do it all over again. And even if such a chance presents itself, we'll be much weaker by then. So, let's continue. I can pull us back through the shadows anyway.
Nephis nodded in agreement, prompting them to return to the arduous task of carving the turtle's flesh. Both of them were much more tense now. A few more slabs of meat fell into the covetous coffer, and at the same time, the shock waves traveling through the island showed that the battling abominations were drawing closer to the creature's head. Eventually, Sonny lowered his bloodied hands and grimaced.
That's enough. It's too dangerous now.
Closing the lid of the alloy chest, he dismissed it and froze for a moment, concentrating his perception on the haughty shadow. He had left it with Saint and Nightmare, so it had a good view of the turbulent waters surrounding the black turtle's head. The water had been turbulent before, but now it was simply boiling. Bloody foam was undulating like a stormy sea, and two enormous shadows could be seen far below, intertwined with each other. They were just under the entrance to the gaping wound at the base of the Titanic turtle's neck.
Time to go.
Grabbing Neff's hand, Sonny pulled the two of them into the shadows. But nothing happened. The shadows remained ethereal and elusive, as if he had never possessed the ability to dive into their dark embrace. Sonny froze, then slowly looked down. He was still standing on the slippery pink bone. Shadow Step had failed to activate.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Two identical questions sounded at the same time, but they couldn't be more different. Neff's voice was tinged with a hint of sincere concern, while the voice of the sword wraith was full of biting mockery. Sonny was motionless for a few moments, still holding Neffis by her hand. He shivered slightly after his second attempt to use Shadow Step failed, and she must have felt it. He looked up at her and hesitated. When he spoke, his voice sounded hollow.
My ability doesn't seem to work anymore.
An insidious fear suddenly drowned his heart, and at the same time, the dark island quaked again. The source of the tremor much closer than it had been before. The fear was irrational and animalistic. It had little to do with their perilous situation, and more with the fact that his powers had abandoned him without a warning. It was as though he had suddenly found himself missing a limb. There was disbelief, confusion, dread, and finally, terror. It took all his willpower to push that terror down. The Sin of Solace laughed. Ignoring it, Sonny forced himself to speak.
Just give me a moment.
He had no idea why Shadow Step, which had never failed him before, was suddenly ineffective. Perhaps something was wrong with the shadows populating the insides of the black turtle. If so, there was an easy way to check. A few moments later, the shadow lantern appeared in his hand, and a flood of shadows flowed out of its open gate. However, the result was the same. It was not the shadows that were wrong, but Sonny himself.
Really? Such an idiot.
The damned sword wraith was having the time of his life. Sonny clenched his fists, then uttered through gritted teeth.
I don't seem to be able to bring us away at the moment. Sorry.
Neffis frowned, then carefully looked around. After a short pause, she suddenly said, "In hindsight, it makes sense." Feeling a sudden sense of hope, he raised an eyebrow.
Does?
She nodded.
It's a great monster after all, and we are inside its body. A creature like that would have protections against someone like you, bypassing its fearsome armor by teleporting directly inside. The black turtle is dead, but some of its defenses must still remain. Perhaps if the gap in power between us wasn't so vast, your ability could have still torn through them. Sonny remained silent for a few moments.
Why didn't I think about that before?
Neffis shook her head.
I didn't either. Don't you think that blaming yourself is too much? We couldn't have known. We've never faced an enemy such as this.
She was right, but she was also wrong. Sonny might not have tried to enter the body of a colossal enemy through Shadow Step before, but he saw how the Azure Serpent had killed the black turtle. He could have at least considered the possibility of doing something similar. In any case, everything seemed simple in hindsight. He winced, then looked at Neffis silently. As if reading his thoughts, she guided her flames from the blade of the incandescent dagger through her body and into his. But the result was the same. Shadow Step was refusing to activate. After feeling the warmth of Neff's flame leaving him, Sunny drew in a shaky breath and belatedly realized that he was still holding her hand. He was in no hurry to let go, finding it reassuring. A deep frown appeared on Sunny's face as he looked in the direction of the entrance of the tunnel. Right now, the Azure Serpent and the great monster it was fighting were exceedingly close to the gaping wound, making the prospect of leaving the way they had come absolutely lethal. What were their options, though? Staying here was tantamount to death as well.
Actually, there is a third option.
Sunny turned around and looked into the depths of the tunnel, then pulled Nephis forward.
Let's go. The entrance is blocked, but there's still an exit. The old snake burrowed right through, didn't it? The exit wound is on the other side of the turtle's body, under its flipper. We'll escape through there and climb back onto the island.
That was the most rational decision he could make. The two of them hesitated for a moment, and then dove back into the seething water, shortening the length of the golden rope to keep them close to each other. Sunny and Nephis swam through the diluted blood of the slain behemoth. Even though fighting against the current was incredibly hard, they moved further away from the harrowing battle with each stroke.
Hurry, hurry.
Sunny felt a dire urgency and pushed himself forward with as much strength as he could muster. The tunnel was not that long. The entire body of the black turtle spanned less than 2 kilometers, and the bloody path the Azure Serpent had burrowed through had to be half that. Of course, it was twisting and turning, and the chaotic movement of the water made it difficult to advance. But still, they were going to reach the exit soon. As they swam, they witnessed more signs of the destruction that the great river beast had wreaked, both when killing the black turtle and while feeding on its flesh later on. The walls of the tunnel sometimes expanded into vast caverns where the turtle's organs had been, now torn to pieces and completely obliterated. Pieces of bone and tough cartilage protruded from the darkness. Sunny found it all both grotesque and, strangely, darkly mesmerizing.
I am swimming through a great monster. I feel like it's a dream.
Well, it was. A nightmare, to be precise. Just as they passed the middle point of the tunnel and felt the current change, pulling them in the direction of their goal, he suddenly noticed something strange. Out there, a small distance in front of them, it was as though something was softly shining in the darkness. The glow was so faint that Sunny thought that he was mistaken. But the next time his head broke the surface, he saw it again. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly pulled on the golden rope and pushed his tired body against the current once again, trying to make his way to the source of the strange glow. Nephis and Sunny climbed onto a frayed piece of cartilage and looked at the wall of the tunnel. Out there, hidden in the folds of torn flesh, he took a deep breath. It was an enormous radiant crystal that shone with ethereal light. It was one of the 2 supreme soul shards that the death of the black turtle would have left behind. Sunny briefly glanced at Nephis, then summoned the covetous coffer once more. The shard was too large to fit into the opening of the alloy chest, so he concentrated and changed it, keeping the shape but changing the size. A few moments later, the alloy chest seemed more like an alloy sarcophagus, fit for a giant, or someone like the Shadow Spawn.
I can't believe it. We came down to harvest some meat, but ended up with something like that. Gods, I can't even imagine how much it would cost in the waking world. Actually, it wouldn't have a cost. These things are so rare that they can't be bought with money.
Even though they were pressed for time, he just couldn't let this chance slip through his fingers.
Neff, can you help me?
Together, they hacked at the fold of the turtle's flesh to widen the opening, and then used all their strength to lift the massive soul shard and load it into the opened maw of the covetous coffer. After that, they had to plunge into the water again. Several torturous minutes later,
Sunny and Nephis used the silver chains at the side of the island to scale the slope of the black turtle's shell and fell side by side on the rocks in exhaustion. Knowing how Neph would look in her wet tunic, Sunny refused to turn his head and instead stared at the sky. The warm feeling of their arms touching was enough for him. They needed to move, to hide, but he was too tired.
Just a few moments.
Sunny took a deep breath and tried to calm down a little. Then he suddenly let out a low chuckle.
But it's funny.
After examining the estuary key, he had thought it impossible to collect one, let alone 6 supreme soul shards. The idea itself seemed utterly preposterous, and yet, here he was, just a couple of weeks later in possession of one. It had just fallen into his hands almost on its own. A strange shiver ran up his spine. It was then that Nephis suddenly raised her hand and whispered, "Look." In the sky above the island, the monstrous butterfly was spreading its black wings once again. Sunny and Nephis scrambled in an attempt to find a hiding spot, but there was no need. Their first thought was that the dreadful butterfly had won the battle against the Azure Serpent. If that was the case, then their fates would be sealed. However, a moment later, a deafening roar shook the world, pushing them to the ground. Turning to the stormy waters of the great river, they saw a familiar creature rising to the surface. The serpent was looking worse for wear, with countless deep lacerations covering its mighty body. Streams of scarlet blood were flowing down its azure scales, and its giant eyes seemed even more deranged than usual. Flames of indescribable, murderous malice were burning in their cloudy depths. But for once, that malice was not directed at the two humans. Instead, it was aimed at the battered butterfly. Now that Sunny and Nephis had a few moments to observe the great monster in detail, they noticed that it was in a sorry state too. One of its 6 legs was missing, and there was an ugly tear on one of its beautiful wings. Its body looked strangely disheveled, and although none of the white scales covering it were missing, many of them were covered with thin cracks. The great monster was retreating. Sunny froze, momentarily stunned. Even though he had hoped that the Azure Serpent would win the battle against the much stronger nightmare creature, he could not quite believe that it actually happened.
Old snake, just what kind of abomination are you?
It was already miraculous for a great beast to defeat a great monster. 2 of them, though? While not impossible, it was certainly abnormal. Even if the monstrous butterfly was an aerial creature and was thus at a disadvantage while fighting underwater, the tenacity of the Azure Serpent was confounding. Sunny stared at the bloodied Leviathan somberly, as if sensing his gaze, the serpent lowered its snout and glared back at him. Crimson water was flowing out of its slightly opened maw. He shivered.
It's no mere beast.
Indeed, he should have known. His luck wasn't good enough to stumble on just any great beast. No, it surely had to be some kind of unique and singular existence. A damn monarch among all beasts. Fated wouldn't have it any other way. Maybe it was no coincidence that the Azure Serpent had come from much farther upstream than the other 2 abominations.
Curse it.
Sunny felt conflicted. On the one hand, he should be ecstatic about the fact that the harrowing butterfly was retreating. On the other hand, the ancient river serpent seemed much more dangerous now. The butterfly, meanwhile, was swiftly rising higher and higher. However, it didn't leave. Instead of disappearing into the distance, the great monster turned into a black dot once again and started to slowly circle the island from above. It looked like the creature was not giving up on the carcass of the black turtle, just recovering its strength and biding its time to make another attempt. The Azure Serpent threw one last hateful gaze at it and then dove into the water with an angry hiss. Soon the island shook slightly, hinting that the abomination was devouring more of the turtle's meat.
perhaps to restore its power. The tumultuous water slowly calmed down. Left in the sudden silence, Sunny and Nephis stared at the vast expanse of the great river in exhaustion. After a while, he slowly exhaled.
I guess it seems we survived.
She nodded slowly.
Yeah, I'll go find a deep pond.
Sunny blinked a couple of times.
Huh?
What was she talking about?
A pond? Why?
He looked at her in confusion, prompting Nephis to sigh.
Why do you think? We just took a bath in a river of blood. I want to wash myself, of course.
Sunny tilted his head, only now realizing how nasty Nephis looked. Well, he was no better. A sly smile appeared on his lips. Suddenly feeling mischievous, Sunny asked,
Can I join?
She was already turning away.
No, go find your own pond if you want.
He laughed.
Wait, what if I drown? Those fissures are very deep, you know?
Nephis scoffed.
If you do drown, maybe take the meat out of that storage memory first. It will be sad if it disappears after everything we went through.
Sunny watched her go. The silver anklets were singing a quiet melody as they bounced with each graceful step. Eventually, he shook his head in dejection.
Does she only care about the meat? How heartless.
Later that day, when the 7 suns had already plunged into the water, Sunny and Nephis were back in their makeshift camp at the bottom of the deep fissure. By now, it didn't look as desolate and barren as it had before. There was a fire pit assembled from the black rocks. The shadow chair and the covetous coffer, back to its usual size, were standing nearby. Neff's sleeping bag was laying on one side of the pit, while Sunny had gathered soft moss to serve as bedding on the other, using the overpriced saddle as a pillow. Imp was sprawled on the ground, still digesting the huge amount of tarnished silver he had devoured. The saint was standing guard above, and the nightmare was hiding in the shadows. Currently, the camp was illuminated by a softly glowing lantern, and a delicious fragrance of roasting meat was spreading through the air. Nephis was preparing a late supper over the coals. Not only that, but she had also gone all out. For some reason, using an inventive mix of spices to thoroughly marinate the meat before placing it above the glowing embers. Both of them had washed the stench of blood off their bodies and were now preparing for sleep, feeling refreshed. Before that, however, they were going to finally satiate the gnawing hunger. In that moment, the lethally dangerous trip into the carcass of the black turtle they had undertaken seemed well worth it. Finally done, Nephis placed a generous chunk of meat on a plate and handed it to Sunny. In the last moment, though, she suddenly retracted her hand and hesitated.
Can you wait a moment?
Sunny felt warm and relaxed, so he didn't mind waiting.
Sure.
He watched her across the glowing embers with peaceful idleness. Nephis seemed to be looking for something. A few moments later, she found a splinter of the synthetic fire brick they had used to light the fire and thrust it into the meat. Then, she touched it with the tip of her finger, and a wisp of white flame ignited at the top of the small stick. Sunny received the strange dish with a confused look.
What is this?
A faint smile appeared on Neff's face.
A candle.
He hesitated for a few moments, then scratched the back of his head.
Why?
She leaned back and shrugged softly.
I'm not quite sure how many days it has been since the start of the nightmare, but the battle happened at the end of November, and we spent around a week in the desert. So, it should be middle to late December now.
Sunny frowned.
And?
Nephis sighed and shook her head.
It means that it has to be winter solstice back in the real world. It's your birthday, Sunny.
He stared at her in astonishment.
Wait, she's right.
Sunny had forgotten all about it. It was the winter solstice, or at least close to it. Out there in the waking world, an army of sleepers was entering the dream realm for the first time. If Antarctica still stood, that is. It was also his birthday. He was turning 21.
Huh.
He tilted his head a little.
21? I didn't really think I'd make it this far. Good job, Sonny,
he said to himself. He looked at the burning stick, not noticing the bright smile that appeared on his lips. Nephis leaned forward a little. If I were you, I would hurry up and make a wish.
Wish?
Hidden by shadows, Sonny's smile grew brittle and strained. There were a lot of things Sonny desperately wished for. However, the ominous words carved into a random piece of flotsam he had encountered by chance weighed heavily on his heart. So he held himself back and made a point of not wishing for anything. A pity, he said to himself. Sonny blew out the improvised candle and hungrily sunk his teeth into the juicy meat. The taste of it was indescribable.
So delicious.
Nephis had really outdone herself this time. To think that she could cook up something so tasty with a few ingredients. Even the memories of the grotesque tunnel could not slow Sonny down. He attacked the roasted meat like a hungry wolf, annihilating it in no time. He still had to put some effort into chewing, but that only made the rich flavor and delightful texture last longer on his tongue. Sometime later, both Sonny and Nephis were pleasantly satiated and sprawled on the ground, looking very much like Imp. Sonny was very much relaxed and sleepy, as well as in a great mood. Well, it was his birthday after all. Surviving one more year was enough of a reason to celebrate, especially considering how many odious things he had lived through to get to today. Plus, the great monster's meat, which Nephis had marinated and roasted over the coals, was truly sublime. Come to think of it, she had silently assumed the role of the cohort cook from the moment they met on the Forgotten Shore. Whenever the cohort was together, Nephis was the one to feed everyone. The dishes she prepared were always filling, flavorful, and just right. That was a strange talent of hers.
Maybe I should hire her as a chef when I open my restaurant.
Sonny smiled. There was one thing slightly bothering him, though. A talent like this did not really fit her stern and knightly persona. How come Nephis knew how to cook? So splendidly at that. Sonny turned his head and looked at her.
Hey, can I ask you something? Why are you so good at cooking? Doesn't seem like something you would be passionate about.
Of course it didn't. Nephis was only passionate about one thing, and to such a startling degree that it left no room for any other passions. She remained silent for a few moments. Wilderness survival. He raised an eyebrow, surprised.
Huh?
Nephis shrugged. Did you think that children from the legacy clans are only taught how to swing swords? You studied wilderness survival at the academy, so you must know how important survival skills are in the dream realm. Therefore, we learn how to take care of ourselves in harsh conditions from childhood. Nutrition is an integral part of survival, and so it gets a lot of attention in the curriculum. She paused before adding, At least that's how it was for me. Each clan has its own way of teaching its heirs, of course. Sonny blinked a couple of times.
Makes sense. I should have guessed myself.
He smiled.
So what you're saying is that you've been taking cooking classes since childhood?
Hearing his words, Nephis frowned. Not cooking classes. I've been taught both theoretical and practical skills concerning proper nutrition. It was a series of very thorough and elevated courses. Sonny nodded a couple of times with a ponderous expression.
All right, I'm convinced. You're hired.
She stared at him in confusion. You're hired? What? Are you talking to your sword again? Sonny vigorously shook his head.
No, I'm talking to you.
Nephis remained silent for a while, then let out a long sigh.
Sometimes I really don't understand what you're saying. He grinned.
Don't worry, that makes two of us.
With that, Sunny laughed and turned away.
Anyway, good night, Neff.
There was a moment of silence, and then she dismissed the memory lantern, plunging the deep fissure into darkness. Good night, Sunny. The carcass of an ancient behemoth floated on the currents of the great river, and two humans slept peacefully in a crack in its shell. Their lives slowly changed after the appearance of the dreadful butterfly, but strangely, not by much. Both Sunny and Nephis spent their days pretty much as they had before. They trained together, ate together, and rested on the soft moss together. Sometimes Neph would go off to practice swordsmanship on her own, while Sunny would study the estuary key or sit motionlessly for hours, observing the azure serpent. He could feel his technique slowly improving as the small imperfections left within its principles and application were tempered and refined. He could also feel his understanding of the great beast deepening bit by bit. Only the key of the estuary remained a complete mystery. By now, Sunny had a faint suspicion its weave encompassed two separate patterns. One was hidden within the other, with its function aimed inside. The other was much more vast and complicated, with its function directed outside. Both were stunning, ingenious, and inseparably intertwined. He had no idea what either of the patterns was supposed to do, though.
Troublesome.
When the tapestry of black strings started to blur in front of his eyes, Sunny would turn his attention back to the azure serpent. The frenzied creature was not having a great time. It continued to devour the flesh of the black turtle day after day, waiting patiently for the opportunity to consume Sunny and Nephis. But now it had to contend with the monstrous butterfly, which was a harrowing adversary. The butterfly descended from the sky on the third day after their first battle, and then again on the sixth. Both times the two great abominations fought to a bloody draw, and the winged horror chose to retreat. Nephis hid in the fissure while the creatures were battling, but Sunny secretly stalked them from the shadows, extending his shadow sense deep into the water. He followed the azure serpent as it furiously fought against the great monster. Watching someone fight with their life on the line was the best way to truly get to know them after all. Just these two battles pushed Sunny's understanding of the mad Leviathan further than days of peaceful observation. The azure serpent was proud and powerful and absolutely insane. Its madness was even more terrifying than the sinister frenzy consuming the minds of all nightmare creatures. It was also insidiously cunning and exceedingly lethal, possessing a frightening combat acumen that must have been honed by experiencing thousands of perilous battles. This was why the great river serpent managed to send the more powerful creature retreating 3 times in a row. On the 7th day after their first battle, however, a new change shook the dark island. This time, Nephis was the first to notice the anomaly. Sunny and she were resting after an exhausting spar. He was meditating with his eyes closed, while she was leaning her back on him, still catching her breath. He sensed a sudden tensing of her muscles, and then the warm pressure was gone. Opening his eyes, Sunny glanced at Nephis and noticed that she was looking intently into the distance, where the endlessly flowing waters of the great river were sparkling under the light of the 7 suns. The azure serpent was nowhere in sight, and the island was not trembling, which meant that it was circling the stone shell of the black turtle. The monstrous butterfly was a small black dot in the sky. What had caught her attention then?
What is it?
Nephis lingered for a few moments, then pointed at a distant patch of water downstream of them. There. Can you see it? Following her gaze, Sunny studied the currents. After a while, a scowl appeared on his face, too.
I can, but what are we looking at?
There, still far away from the dark island, a span of the great river seemed different from the rest of its vast expanse. From their position, it was no larger than a coin, which meant that the strange anomaly was thousands of meters wide. It did not seem too threatening. The water surface was simply a bit rough there, as if rippling under a strong gale. The problem was that such a gale would probably affect a larger area, not just a relatively small and strangely distinct patch of water. A bigger problem was that this patch seemed to be moving purposefully in their direction. Sonny wasn't sure at first, but after observing the river for a dozen seconds, he grew certain that it was no mere coincidence. In these dozen seconds, the rough patch had already drawn visibly closer. His face darkened.
Has to be another abomination.
Nephis slowly nodded. I think so too. For a few moments, both of them remained silent. It was only logical that a new nightmare creature would appear sooner or later. They had already met 3, each of them harrowing in its own way. The arrival of the dark butterfly had also proven that the scent of Black Turtle's blood was like a lure for hungry abominations. All they could do was wait and see if the approaching horror was the kind that could climb onto the shell or not. That was not the reason why Sonny felt somber, though. Rather, the appearance of the 4th threat had forced him to face an eventuality that seemed more and more like the truth. The truth was that they would not be able to use the carcass of the Black Turtle as a ship to safely reach civilization after all, no matter how much they had hoped that they would. It had seemed possible when there was only the Azure Serpent circling the island. The arrival of the dark butterfly made it questionable. The appearance of the 3rd contender was like a nail in the coffin of Sonny's hope. If there were 3, there would be 4, 5, and then sooner or later, one of the abominations would crawl onto the shell, discover the 2 humans, and devour them. The corner of his mouth twitched.
But what can we do?
They couldn't escape by water since it was populated by unthinkable horrors. They couldn't escape by air either, since it was just as dangerous. Even though the carcass of the Black Turtle was slowly starting to seem more and more like a death trap, there was no way out. He sighed.
Let's just enjoy the show for now. If I know anything about the old snake, it won't let the newcomer get close without a fight.
And indeed, no sooner than he had said it, the crimson water foamed, and a gargantuan head of the great river serpent rose above its surface. This time, the creature's long snout was turned away from the island, facing downstream. The mad beast was watching the patch of rough water, too.
What do you think it will be?
Hearing the question, Nephis lingered for a moment. I don't know. It seems enormous. So, a whale? A cachalot? A giant squid, maybe? Sonny shook his head.
I bet it'll be something entirely eerie. Like that crawling mass of seaweed, bones, and rotten flesh that Cassia told us about on the Forgotten Shore.
He paused for a moment, and then added doubtfully,
Also, what's a cachalot?
Nephis let out a quiet sigh. It's like a whale, but with teeth. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Did whales not have teeth? He knew what a whale was, in theory, but not the details. They were all extinct anyway. Probably. Who knew what was happening in the oceans? The 2 of them watched tensely as the patch of rough water drew nearer and nearer, revealing its true size. It was indeed several kilometers wide, and much more tumultuous than it had seemed from afar. The water inside the patch seemed to be boiling, which looked rather strange considering that the river around it was as calm as ever. A minute later, the Azure Serpent let out an angry roar, and at the same moment, Sonny slowly rose to his feet.
Curse it.
The water was not really boiling, and there was no titanic behemoth moving under its surface to cause the ripples. Instead, there were thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of small creatures moving forward at a terrifying speed, coming closer and closer to the island. It had taken him so long to notice because their insect-like bodies were almost entirely translucent. Each was as long as his arm, with countless thin legs, beady black eyes, and long, disgusting mouths that were full of vicious glass-like teeth. Standing by his side, Nephis whispered, "Krill." Sonny shifted his position and shivered after noticing the vile darkness spreading through the bodies of the repulsive creatures. Each of them was not another great behemoth that had been attracted by the scent of the black turtle's blood. Instead, it was a swarm of thousands and thousands of abhorrent, corrupted beasts.